Hello there and welcome to the studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and yes, excited for this. In fact, I'd say I'm buzzing about this one because today, yes, we're going to be painting in a bumblebee, a beautiful bumblebee on a sunflower. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette. We are surrounded by insects in the studio, bees, ladybirds, butterflies. It's going to be lovely, so do enjoy this one. Stick through to the end. If you're new to these workshops, always stick through to the end because the last bit is where it all comes together. Now we're starting just after 10 a.m. UK time, just after 10 a.m. We'll be painting live. Of course, you can watch this back at any time because this is yours to keep once you've purchased it, and that's the case for all workshops. Now let's mention a little bit about the materials for today. We've got a sheet of watercolour paper here. This will be stuck to a board. We are going to be working on a portrait orientation with a slight tilt. Size here is 11 by 15 inch, but as always, size doesn't matter. Any size of watercolour paper will do. This particular one is a knot surface watercolour paper, £140 in weight. And then if we look down at the palette here, these are the materials we'll be using today. So we've got the three primary colours, which of course is the blue, the yellow, the red. The colours don't really matter. So if you haven't got natural blue, you might have French ultramarine. You might have cobalt blue. Natural red or alizarin crimson or rose madder would be great. Natural yellow light, that is the light yellow there. Or you might have some cadmium yellow or some aureolin or even some gamboge will do absolutely fine. It's always good to have some white paint as well, so some white gouache, some natural white, or some nice opaque white watercolour. Even white acrylic would be great. As far as brushes, here we've got the three sort of brushes that we've been using right through for all of these workshops. For the past 2.5 years we've been teaching these and we use the same brushes, a large, medium and small. Here is a size 20, a size 10 and a size 6. Anything from a 14 up to a 20 would be great. Anything from a sort of 8 up to a 12 or a 4, 5 or 6 would be good for these. These actual ones here are my super point brushes, which are basically a 20, a 10 and a 6, so that'd be ideal. We've got some cling film or plastic food wrap here, which is going to give some texture for this one. A couple of optional brushes that you might want to bring in would be a lift out brush here or some kind of a square brush and some kind of a detail brush. This particular one here is a Matthew Palmer branch and detail brush, but these are optional. So a rigger brush, a lift out brush, a square brush, they are totally optional and not needed for the picture. But those three brushes, those three colours, sheet of watercolour paper, bit of kitchen paper, and you're all set. So let's mention next week's workshop, folks. In fact, next week's workshop's not on. Next week, of course, is the 19th of June 2022, which is actually Father's Day, so I'm not going to be working that day. I'm going to spend time with the family, my little boys. So we are skipping a week, folks. So the next one is on the 26th of June, and already over 60% spaces have gone. Still only £10. Yes, we are beating the recession here. We are keeping the prices at £10, and if you do book into that workshop, there's a link in the description or on the email that was sent to you. Just register for the free account. You can buy it for £10 and you stand a chance of winning one of two original paintings. I'm giving away 2 pictures. You just got to be booked in the workshop to stand the chance of winning one. We've got this one here, which is worth about £150. Beautiful cottage garden. And then here we've got a beautiful picture. This one is worth, I'd say, about 200. A large watercolour picture here of a beautiful bay in the UK. I'm giving away these 2 paintings during next time's workshop. You've just got to be booked in to the workshop to stand a chance of winning one of those prizes. So do book in before spaces go. We do have a limit. What's the subject? It's going to be something very different. Paint a vintage fair with a beautiful carousel, vintage stalls and people. It's going to be an absolute gorgeous watercolour vignette. Beautiful soft edges to that one. So do book in for £10. 3 colours, 3 brushes. It's a great one. Beautiful. So looking forward to that. It's been on my list for quite some time, that one, so do book in. And remember, you stand the chance of winning one of 2 paintings. I'll see you just after 10 a.m. for the bee on sunflower. And in the meantime, let's get booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hello there and welcome to the studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and yes, excited for this. In fact, I'd say I'm buzzing about this one because today, yes, we're going to be painting in a bumblebee, a beautiful bumblebee on a sunflower. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette. We are surrounded by insects in the studio. Bees, ladybirds, butterflies. It's going to be lovely, so do enjoy this one. Stick through to the end. If you're new to these workshops, always stick through to the end because the last bit is where it all comes together. Now we're starting just after 10 a.m. UK time. Just after 10 a.m. we'll be painting live. Of course, you can watch this back at any time because this is yours to keep once you've purchased it, and that's the case for all workshops. Now let's mention a little bit about the materials for today. We've got a sheet of watercolour paper here. This will be stuck to a board. We are going to be working on a portrait orientation with a slight tilt. Size here is 11 by 15 inch, but as always, size doesn't matter. Any size of watercolour paper will do. This particular one is a not surface watercolour paper, £140 in weight. And then if we look down at the palette here, these are the materials we'll be using today. So we've got the three primary colours, which of course is the blue, the yellow, the red. The colours don't really matter. So if you haven't got natural blue, you might have French ultramarine. You might have cobalt blue. Natural red or alizarin crimson or rose madder would be great. Natural yellow light, that is the light yellow there. Or you might have some cadmium yellow or some aureolin or even some gamboge will do absolutely fine. It's always good to have some white paint as well, so some white gouache, some natural white, or some nice opaque white watercolour. Even white acrylic would be great. As far as brushes, here we've got the three sort of brushes that we've been using right through for all of these workshops. For the past 2.5 years we've been teaching these and we use the same brushes, a large, medium and small. Here is a size 20, a size 10 and a size 6. Anything from a 14 up to a 20 would be great. Anything from a sort of 8 up to a 12 or a 4, 5 or 6 would be good for these. These actual ones here are my super point brushes, which are basically a 20, a 10 and a 6, so that'd be ideal. We've got some cling film or plastic food wrap here, which is going to give some texture for this one. A couple of optional brushes that you might want to bring in would be a lift out brush here or some kind of a square brush and some kind of a detail brush. This particular one here is a Matthew Palmer branch and detail brush, but these are optional. So a rigger brush, a lift out brush, a square brush, they are totally optional and not needed for the picture. But those three brushes, those three colours, sheet of watercolour paper, bit of kitchen paper, and you're all set. So let's mention next week's workshop, folks. In fact, next week's workshop's not on. Next week, of course, is the 19th of June 2022, which is actually Father's Day, so I'm not going to be working that day. I'm going to spend time with the family, my little boys. So we are skipping a week, folks. So the next one is on the 26th of June, and already over 60% spaces have gone. Still only £10. Yes, we are beating the recession here. We are keeping the prices at £10. And if you do book into that workshop, there's a link in the description or on the email that was sent to you. Just register for the free account. You can buy it for £10 and you stand a chance of winning one of 2 original paintings. I'm giving away 2 pictures. You just got to be booked in the workshop to stand the chance of winning one. We've got this one here, which is worth about £150. Beautiful cottage garden. And then here we've got a beautiful picture. This one is worth, I'd say, about 200. A large watercolour picture here of a beautiful bay in the UK. I'm giving away these 2 paintings during next time's workshop. You've just got to be booked in to the workshop to stand a chance of winning one of those prizes. So do book in before spaces go. We do have a limit. What's the subject? It's going to be something very different. Paint a vintage fair with a beautiful carousel, vintage stalls and people. It's going to be an absolute gorgeous watercolour vignette. Beautiful soft edges to that one. So do book in for £10. 3 colours, 3 brushes. It's a great one. Beautiful. So looking forward to that. It's been on my list for quite some time, that one, so do book in. And remember, you stand the chance of winning one of 2 paintings. I'll see you just after 10 a.m. for the bee on sunflower. And in the meantime, let's get booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hello there and welcome to the studio. My name is Matthew Palmer and yes, excited for this. In fact, I'd say I'm buzzing about this one because today, yes, we're going to be painting in a bumblebee, a beautiful bumblebee on a sunflower. This is going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette. We are surrounded by insects in the studio. Bees, ladybirds, butterflies. It's going to be lovely, so do enjoy this one. Stick through to the end. If you're new to these workshops, always stick through to the end because the last bit is where it all comes together. Now we're starting just after 10 AM UK time, just after 10 AM. We'll be painting live. Of course, you can watch this back at any time because this is yours to keep once you've purchased it, and that's the case for all workshops. Now let's mention a little bit about the materials for today. We've got a sheet of watercolour paper here. This will be stuck to a board. We are going to be working on a portrait orientation with a slight tilt. Size here is 11 by 15 inch, but as always, size doesn't matter. Any size of watercolour paper will do. This particular one is a not surface watercolour paper, £140 in weight. And then if we look down at the palette here, these are the materials we'll be using today. So we've got the three primary colours, which of course is the blue, the yellow, the red. The colours don't really matter. So if you haven't got natural blue, you might have French ultramarine. You might have cobalt blue. Natural red or alizarin crimson or rose madder would be great. Natural yellow light, that is the light yellow there. Or you might have some cadmium yellow or some aureolin or even some gamboge will do absolutely fine. It's always good to have some white paint as well, so some white gouache, some natural white, or some nice opaque white watercolour. Even white acrylic would be great. As far as brushes, here we've got the three sort of brushes that we've been using right through for all of these workshops. For the past 2.5 years we've been teaching these and we use the same brushes, a large, medium and small. Here is a size 20, a size 10 and a size 6. Anything from a 14 up to a 20 would be great. Anything from a sort of 8 up to a 12 or 4, 5 or 6 would be good for these. These actual ones here are my super point brushes, which are basically a 20, a 10 and a 6, so that'd be ideal. We've got some cling film or plastic food wrap here, which is going to give some texture for this one. A couple of optional brushes that you might want to bring in would be a lift out brush here or some kind of a square brush and some kind of a detail brush. This particular one here is a Matthew Palmer branch and detail brush, but these are optional. So a rigger brush, a lift out brush, a square brush, they are totally optional and not needed for the picture. But those three brushes, those three colours, sheet of watercolour paper, bit of kitchen paper, and you're all set. So let's mention next week's workshop, folks. In fact, next week's workshop's not on. Next week, of course, is the 19th of June 2022, which is actually Father's Day, so I'm not going to be working that day. I'm going to spend time with the family, my little boys. So we are skipping a week, folks. So the next one is on the 26th of June, and already over 60% spaces have gone. Still only £10. Yes, we are beating the recession here. We are keeping the prices at £10, and if you do book into that workshop, there's a link in the description or on the email that was sent to you. Just register for the free account. You can buy it for £10 and you stand a chance of winning one of 2 original paintings. I'm giving away 2 pictures. You just got to be booked in the workshop to stand the chance of winning one. We've got this one here, which is worth about £150. Beautiful cottage garden. And then here we've got a beautiful picture. This one is worth, I'd say, about 200. A large watercolour picture here of a beautiful bay in the UK. I'm giving away these 2 paintings during next time's workshop. You've just got to be booked in to the workshop to stand a chance of winning one of those prizes. So do book in before spaces go. We do have a limit. What's the subject? It's going to be something very different. Paint a vintage fair with a beautiful carousel, vintage stalls and people. It's going to be an absolute gorgeous watercolour vignette. Beautiful soft edges to that one. So do book in for £10. 3 colours, 3 brushes. It's a great one. Beautiful. So looking forward to that. It's been on my list for quite some time, that one, so do book in. And remember, you stand the chance of winning one of 2 paintings. I'll see you just after 10 AM for the bee on sunflower, and in the meantime, let's get booked in for this. See you in a bit. Hello, welcome. Yes, we are now live. Few things to do. Live streaming is always good fun, but we are here now live, as promised, just after 10 AM UK time. But yes, welcome. If you're new to these workshops, welcome. I know a lot of you here today are new, so welcome. Enjoy this. Important thing, stick through to the end. That's always an important thing to say. Stick through. But remember, the great thing about all of my virtual workshops, apart from being, you get to spend the day with me virtually, lucky people, It's like a one-on-one tuition. This is just me and you. But if you're new to these, you can rewatch these at any time. But you can watch live and paint along. We're all ready to go here. What we've got, top of the screen. Make a note of this. If you want to ask any questions, this email address you can see right there, mattartist@me.com. You can use that to get in touch live, ask questions, or after the workshop. If you've got any questions, send them through. It's all part of it. Take a photograph, send your picture through. Any problems, we're here to solve your artistic problems. No personal problems, just artistic problems. Of course, you can also use the live chat, which if you're watching on your desktops, your iPads, or anything like that, down the right of your screen is a chat. If you're watching on a phone, you can swipe your finger in from the side. If you're watching on a smart telly, a great way to do these workshops is to watch them on a smart TV. A really good way. So that's a really good way to actually have access to what's going off. You know, you can actually, on the smart TV, you can watch it in full high definition, which is a great way to do it. If you're not sure how to do that, then there's full instructions on the email that went to you, so that's a good way to do it. But yes, we are here to paint a bumblebee on a sunflower. Okay, now we are live, so there's always a few glitches can happen. I mean, I've been doing these now for almost 2.5 years. This is workshop 104. Yes, we've done 104 live workshops since the start of 2020, so these are really popular. Now, just on the subject of popularity, if you do want to get yourself booked in for this one here, spaces have been going quick for this. Thank you for booking. Again, just £10. What can you get for £10? In the UK, you can barely get a gallon of fuel. So there you go. Link in the description. 70% spaces have gone for that workshop, folks. We do have limits on spaces to do with bandwidth, all that business, so you do want to get yourself booked in. Now's a good time. If you do book in, I'm giving away 2 original paintings. I'm giving away, because I'm not a tight artist, you see. Tight artist. I'm giving away this beautiful vignette. I'm going to give that away during next week's workshop. And this painting of Brunswick Bay in Yorkshire. Beautiful, large watercolour. That's a big old watercolour, that. I reckon there's £300 worth of paintings there. Easiest. So I'm giving these away. You've just got to be booked into the workshop next week to stand a chance of winning. And remember, if you can't be there live, it's not next week, by the way. I'm not used to saying during next week's workshop. It's not next week, because next week's Father's Day. Is it Father's Day around the world? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. I'd love to know if it is actually Father's Day in the rest of the world, because I know Mother's Day varies, don't it? So it's Father's Day next Sunday the 19th, so there's no workshop. The next one is on the 26th of June. There it is. Paint a vintage fair with beautiful carousel, vintage stalls and people. So there you go. Great time to book in now, folks, while we're waiting to get started. And then we will simply get stuck into this picture. Now, a little bit of sketching is going to be involved, a very minimal amount of sketching, as always. And as we mentioned on the advertisement, there's no sketching experience needed. I know a lot of you do really enjoy that little bit of sketch we bring in at the beginning. So let's get that all sorted. I've just got to send somebody a quick email. There's someone that's not received the link. So while I'm doing that, it's a great time for you to go over to the website and get yourself booked in for this one. Back in a sec. I will leave you in the company of some insects while I send this person the link. One sec. So a few links go astray. A lost link. Spam folders, junk folders. Look at that. The studio is surrounded by insects. Wouldn't be the first time, Mr. Palmer. It wouldn't be the first time. If you'd like me to save you a space, the spaces are going quick for this. If you'd like me to save you a space, then please let me know on the email or on the live chat. We'll save you one. We will. There we go. Right. Without further ado, we'll move on to the page. Okay, now we'll do a little bit of sketching. Let's get close into this so we can see what we're doing here. So a little bit of sketching. Yes, I can show you that. So a few people have asked to see some of the paintings. Now that was the last one that we did, Bumblebee. Now that was way back in 2020. Now all these are available. So if you like any of these previous ones are available. So Bumblebee there. Here we did a ladybird on a daisy. So this is going to be a similar sort of style for what we're doing today. And just creeping in the corner there is a dragonfly. And at the top is a peacock on lavender. Hiding at the back is also another insect, which of course is the old tortoise shell butterfly. And actually, just creeping here, we've got a painting that we did last summer. This is a blue monarch butterfly. So that's the kind of style that we shall be bringing in to today's workshop. Pretty relaxed one today, folks. Nothing too stressful. I've got a pencil here. We're going to sketch this thing in nice and easy. It's going to feature a close-up of the bee, and there's sunflowers going to be at the back. So it's not going to be the whole sheet of paper. It's going to be a vignette. It just makes perfect sense to be a vignette, or some people like to call it a vinaigrette. Now, as always, we do like to break this sketch down for you in step-by-step stages. So the sketch is optional. If you're not a fan of sketching, skip over this, get to the painting, or go and put the kettle on. But it's a free lesson. I mean, I've said this a few times, and I know I keep waffling on, folks, but there's not many places that I teach sketching. Here and Watercolour TV is the only places I teach sketching. So very, very important to say, for this £10 fee, you get the sketching lesson. I'm sure people in the chat, let's people in the chat back people up that are new to these workshops. Just let them know that we do. How much has the sketching changed your life on these workshops? Do let me know if you've enjoyed the sketching, folks. First thing I want to do is take this black pen, marker pen, and mark in the central point. I'm sorry, hay fever or something's pretty bad today. I'm not quite sure if it's hay fever or what, but all the top part of my face is itching. I thought maybe I'm allergic to bees, possibly, or sunflowers. Anyway, we've put these little marks at the 4 points just to give us a central vein, some kind of central idea. Okay, grab a pencil, sketch along, and as always, I will do the sketch twice. And secondly, I will give you the option to send an email. Hello, just hiding here. I will give you the option to email your sketch to me for check-in. You can do that as well. That's always a good little feature. Jackie says she loves the sketching. Janet says stylish workshop. All my workshops are stylish. Yes, now Andrew Mer has nailed that one. It's very observant, Andrew, actually. Now, I've only just realised this myself, but what Andrew's just said, the painting I'm giving away is the exact painting that's on the blocks that we sell. So if you ever bought one of my watercolour blocks from me or the SAA, that's the same painting. I'm giving it away. That painting is... it's just lovely. So I'm giving this picture away. Now, this would be well over £250 in a gallery. That is going to be next week's giveaway. You've just got to be in the workshop or have booked in the workshop to take part. From this moment on as well, folks, for those people that buy the pre-vouchers. Now, if you buy those ×5 pre-booking vouchers, so on the website here, under the workshop tab, you can buy a block of 5 workshops. From today's workshop, it will be attached to your account. Exactly the same. It took a lot of working out, but we've done it. So if you buy a workshop in a block of 5 from today only onwards, it will be on your account. So you can view it on your account, which is wonderful. Okay. Under the previous live section. So that's going to work, isn't it? We've sorted it. Took some doing, so please do keep that support going. Buying a block of 5 is like saying, Matthew Palmer, have a drink on me, you've earned it. I appreciate it, I really do. Lynn Hughes says, down under, 4th of September's Father's Day. I know the different days, aren't they? Yeah, so it's next Sunday here in the UK, so we'll be skipping next Sunday. Okay, let's crack on with the sketch, folks. Now, we've got the pencil here. The first thing to do is to sketch in the bee. And I want the bee to be fairly sizey, not as big as the one we did on the foxglove, but we're going to put the bee in first. Very simple sketch to do. Morning, it says Sonia. Can't wait to get started. Please keep going until the end. It's well worth it. How many times have you wanted to give up halfway through on a painting? Exactly, it does happen. You've just got to see past that sort of not happy with it stage, and honestly, finish it off. Finish it off. You've got to finish him off. You really have. Okay, so let's start to sketch this thing in then. What pencil have I got? This is a 2B pencil, but I mean, pencil is irrelevant really, but this one is a 2B pencil, as you can see there. As long as you can see it, it's fine. Simple as that really. And it's going to be a nice simple bumblebee, folks. What we're going to do first is we're going to sketch this thing in a bit of an angle, so kind of halfway, sort of halfway-ish is what we're working to, so kind of halfway, give or take. And I'm going to take this pencil and I'm going to sketch in a large oval shape. Now that's on there. What I'm going to do, bear with me, I'm going to darken the screen for you. I'll give you some measurements and various things. Let me just darken things because it's nice to see. Now that, if you can see that, it's a little bit lower than halfway. So that will allow you. So I've darkened the screen massively. And the reason for that, if you're new to this, is that it just lets you see where he's popping it. So nice and easy. A little bit below halfway. Size-wise, that one, you're looking about 1.5 inches-ish. Yes, we'll start that again for those people that struggle to see. Let's find the rubber or the eraser. It's in here somewhere. There it is, hiding at the back of the easel. So I've just come back from a week in at Search Press Studios working on a new book on animals, and I want to give you a sneaky peek on that a little bit later. I thought you might like to see it. It's not out till next year, but it's a good one. So it's a slight angle, and it's about 1.5 inches. And you can see it's quite a loose shape. Now that's in place. We'll get close in and we'll turn that into a B. Basically, we'll turn that into a B. So it's let's get the size again. So it's 1.5 inches. It's actually more 2 inches to be fair. So 2 inches 5 centimeters. That's going to be the starting point of the B, and then we'll turn that loose shape into a B. Nice and easy for this one. Very simple. What we're going to do is about halfway, we're going to sketch a line that curves like that. Notice the angle, it's pointing to 1 o'clock. So do check that angle out. Ray Russo, yes, you did make a block booking yesterday. Thank you for everyone that's made block bookings on these workshops. Very grateful, as always. So we pop the line, that curved line. Let's get close into that. Now you can see position-wise where the B is. So it's a couple of inches, pointing to about 1 o'clock. Now that's in place. What we'll do is we'll make this one a bit wider, and we'll bring this one down. So we extend in, and we'll come across, and we'll basically make that a little bit wider, like so. So basically make it a little bit fatter. The bottom section goes a little bit fatter. Does this make sense? But look at that angle, 1 o'clock's what you're pointing towards. Now that gradually goes up here, so it curves up towards the top of that egg shape. Can you see the two lines either side, left and right side? Slight curve going up. And then it kind of goes up and starts to follow the curve a little bit. But it's quite round. It's quite round there. So quite round. Can you see it's not as pointy as what you possibly already have? So basically it's attached to it. Beautiful. Nice and easy for this one. But you can still see that original egg shape. It's not quite as pointy as you think. But what there actually is at the top is a little bit that just comes over. That's kind of the head of the bee, where it's pointing down, looking down into the flower. Of course, that's what bees do. Stick the head in the flower. Jeanette Haynes says these sketching lessons are always easy to follow. Yeah, they are. And it's just part of it, you know. It's just, not every painting has a sketch. I can just say that next week's looking like it's going to be a belter. doing the vintage fair. I got some lovely photographs at a vintage fair over in Yorkshire a few years ago, and I'm so looking forward to painting it, folks. So it's going to be a vintage fair with carousel people, beautiful old style painting next week in a vignette style. So do book in for that, something quite special. And the chance of winning the painting that's featured on the front of the blocks, I totally didn't realise that until Andrew said. So there you go. So that's even more special, that picture. That's added more to the price, no doubt, with the picture. Now, interestingly enough, the wings of a bee are about the same, not quite, but about the same as the body. It's all to do with some physics thing, apparently. But basically, we're going to use the top of the pencil and the thumb. You've seen artists doing this, but we're going to do this here a little bit lower than that line. Can you see where I've got it? Not quite as big. Pop that to one side, and that's where the wings are going to come to. They are quite large, and the wings do come down, and they come down, and they go out like that. And exactly the same on this side, so they are the same. So it kind of comes from this top area, it comes down like that, with a slight curve, All right. Now, obviously, nice and translucent for the wings, but we'll obviously do that when we paint it in. So the angles come down. Yes, we can do that again. Take that off. We'll do one wing at a time, shall we? The angle's quite important here as well, so you can see the angle coming down, and the wing does actually overlap. So it overlaps part of the body, quite a decent chunk of the body actually, and it comes sort of down. So can you see that shape? It looks like a shoe, don't it? A boot. Looks like a boot. Das Boot. There you go. And you can see it overlaps part of the bee. And it's the same on this side. It's the same angle on this side. So it's the same width. So you can see I'm taking the width from here, which, by the way, is just a bit shorter than the body. See what I mean? Just a little bit shorter than the body for the bee. From the shoulder, and the same on this side as well. So it's a line that comes down. This one is not going to overlap the body quite so much, but it does curve at the end, and it sweeps over. There you go. So that's basically how these wings are going to sit on this bee, all right? So it's got a curve to it, and it's got a curve here, so it slightly overlaps the body, and it sort of joins in with the we'll show you that again. Let's take those off and recap. So I'll recap the whole sketch. So it comes down with a curve. Same here, it's got a curve to it, basically. And this one curves down, it goes along like so, and pretty much just rinse and repeat on that side. It's just the same. It's just the same. It's exactly the same really on each one. So it's just a case of getting those angles in place. I will be checking your sketches for you, of course, nice and easy for that. And then yeah, you're marking the striping. So there's like a line here, and there's a line at the back for the bee. And on this one, it's quite nice because you've got the legs on as well. So the legs go in. There's a little cigar shape there. Cigar shape there. Smaller one. And a little bit that comes out. There's the that's the legs of the bee. And that is basically it. That's the bee sketched in. It's not complex, is it, by any means? Just try and replicate the wings. I'll leave that on screen. Some people do take a screen grab of this and then they will turn that into the sketch. But I mean, that's kind of up to you. So that's up to you at the end of the day. You don't have to do that, but that's the sketch. I will be recapping the entire sketch. Obviously, the sunflower is going to be nice and large. It's going to be a section of the sunflower coming in. Very similar to the way that we painted in the ladybird last year. I mean, this is a lot darker than the actual painting is because the screen's darker. I mean, look at this. Look like I've got fake skin, fake tan on. But if you look at this, you can see It's going to be that kind of style for today, for this one. So it should be nice. Again, if you like any of the insect pictures, they're all available to purchase as previous ones. Link in the description below the video or on the email that was sent to you to get hold of them. Now, if you get any questions, drop them on email, use the live chat. That's what it's there for. What it's there for. It's all good fun. Okay, brilliant. Now let's sketch in the sunflower. We're going to come back on the zoom. I'll recap all this for you folks. I'll leave it for you to do. I'll give you plenty of time to work on this. Again, the screen is a lot darker than it should be. I mean, look at this. This is not fake tan, I don't know what is. Pretty creepy there, loitering at the background. But the actual sunflower itself is going to come in next. And the sunflower is going to be obviously quite a large section of. It's going to be coming in probably around here, so sort of creeping through the wing. It's going to be quite a large circle. I mean, we've all seen sunflowers, well, I guess you have. So I'm sketching this thing. It's going to be a section of sunflower. It's going to come round like so. I'll give you some measurements in a minute, folks, just so you know what we're doing. But I'm just sort of doing that section of sunflower, not the whole thing, of course. Just a section of. I'm just going to tidy that up and give you some measurements. Let me take that off. So I am doing a vignette, which is fading away. Fading away. So basically, it comes through the wing. And it curves round. And I'm sort of loosely sketching in that curve to make it look like a giant C shape. You can see the C shape there, can't you? Let's get a bit closer in for you so you can see the C shape. So that C shape is creeping in. And of course, it's where the bee is sat. So that's what it's going to look like, with a couple of inches left at the edge. And it's interesting because inside a sunflower head is another circle. So if you do a second circle, a second C shape, should we say, and you can see it's sketched in quite free because it's a flower. It doesn't have to be anything, you know, it's not. Last week's painting workshop, for those people that aren't sure, was a painting of Windsor Castle. It was done for the there you go, it was a beautiful picture. It's a bit dark on here because of the screen being darkened for the sketch, but I mean that was last week's Jubilee special. This is Windsor Castle from the Queen's Garden. So obviously a lot more care went into the sketch for natural reasons because it was buildings. Again, that's available to purchase should you wish to purchase it. So it's two C shapes basically. And that's how this is going to be built up. It's going to be nice. Looking forward to it. And if you wanted to sort of make sure that one of these lines is more accurate, that's fine. But it's not going to be too precise there. For the C shape, curving around. Just try and get the width pretty equal. I mean, I see that that needs a little bit of a... So I'm looking at the width here, thinking, well, that's going to be the same there. So I'm just going to tweak it a little bit. But two C shapes, that's the edge of the flower. Lovely jubbly. And then you can go mad, yes, if you've not already, by listening to me for 45 minutes. Coming down here, we'll start here. Just think about this as a clock face. Think about a flower as a clock face. The petals need to be pointing towards the centre. So can you see, as a guide, as a very faint guide, you can probably just make out, I've sketched in some little faint lines. Little faint lines have been sketched in. Clock face from the centre. That's quite important for doing the sketching, folks, because of how this thing actually works. And these are going to be quite large, these petals, and they are random on sunflowers, which is great. So first of all, I want to come from the base of the bee, probably from about here, and they go nice and pointy like that. So it does help to have that central line in place. My advice to you, to keep things nice and simple for the sketch, is to sketch in a few of these lines and then use that as the base for some of the petals. Like that. And then you can bolt in more. So I've got one here, look, this one comes in. And you can, you know, make them as thin as you like. I mean, how big are they? They're all going to be the similar sort of length, really. But look at this line coming down, pointing to the centre. Let's have one going up here. You can put a bit of curl on some of them, but that's basically the gist of this thing. and then we'll get one that comes up there, look, pointing from the centre. Does this make sense? Let's come back with a sketch a bit. Pointing to the middle. Nice, yeah? So we've got a good starting point. We've got 5 petals to give us a good start. I'm going to darken the screen a little bit here. Just a touch, just so you can see what we're doing a bit clearer. Let's try it. There you go. So I really darken things down for you now so you can see what's happening on the sketch. But that's basically the start of the sunflower. The petals are going to be from the flower probably 3.5 to 4 inches, quite big. And then you can just go wild and you can put some more in between. I'd probably get one coming down here. Look at the point to the centre. Let's get one coming in here. I'm not measuring these because sunflowers are very random. You know, and you can be creative. Like you can start to slot one in between there. That one might have a bit of a twist on the end. Can you see that one slots in there? So you've not got to be too accurate is what I'm trying to say here. Don't worry about them being super precise. Look at that one creeping in there, look. See? So it's not an exact science, but my advice to you is pop a very weak pencil line down the centre and it makes the whole process a little bit easier. Yeah. I'll recap in this. I want to recap this. Something that people don't realise about these workshops. I want to show you this one actually. Let me try and show you this if I can. Take a look here, folks. This is actually going to be quite dark, but this is a live feed of what you're seeing. So this is it's very dark, but that's the iPad screen there. Look. Now at the bottom of the iPad screen, there's actually a little bar. So you can let's see the iPad there. You can, that's weird. You can actually pull that line back. Look, you can. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. So you can skip back. You can go back and watch it again, or you can pause. Now, obviously, if you're watching it after the live event, you can go forward and back. So that's quite a nice little feature, isn't it? Yeah. Look at this. That's some good fake tan there. Red palms. Red Palmer. More petals. Let's get one coming down here. Skinny one. And then one coming in there. Beautiful. And then up here, look, point to the middle. There. That one's got a bit of a wobble to it. Look at that. Bit of a wobble to that one. Are you with me on this? I'm excited for you. Just make sure they're all the similar kind of length. Let's get one coming up here. Try and slot some behind if you can. And then I'll probably just get one more creeping in. There, like that. But that to me is a finished sketch. Beautiful large sunflower. Gorgeous bee. This will fade into the background. We'll talk about that in a minute. But let's just leave that on screen for you for a few minutes. That's the sketch complete. I'll leave that there. I'm going to recap the sketch in a minute. You can see it. It's a big old sheet of paper. That's going to stay there, folks, on screen. And we'll talk about how we're going to fade this thing in very shortly. Don't worry. Trust me. I'm an artist. What could possibly go wrong? Listen, 80% space has gone for the vintage fair, folks. So if you've not had a chance to book your space for this workshop, then it's not that workshop, is it? It's actually this workshop right there. Let's get it smaller for you so you can see it. That's the next workshop, folks. Do book in for that if you want to stand the chance of winning some lovely paintings as well as produce a beautiful picture of a vintage fair. Can't go wrong. Just enjoy it. It's a lovely thing to do, folks. This it's like a weekly art lesson, but of course it's in a fortnight, the 26th of June, because Father's Day. I've got 2 little boys here, so looking forward to that. Having a weekend with them. I'll be recapping the sketch in a couple of minutes, folks. Right, folks, so let me do a quick loose recap. I'm going to sketch the whole thing in again, but extremely loosely. So down here we've got the scrap sheet of paper that we use. So a quick version for those people that aren't sure. I just use this marker pen here, just kind of to show you. So imagine this is the sheet of paper that you're working on today. Very quick version. Again, it's always good to mark in those middle points. It just helps to give us positioning purposes. And we started off with a 2-inch oval shape. I'll do this very quickly just to show you 2 inches. And we put like that curve across the halfway point, which made the base of the bee a little bit fatter, which gradually tapers towards the top. And then you put a little lump here, and then you've got the stripes running across. The wings came from this point here, and a little bit shorter than the actual angle of the, notice the curve, almost like the wing of an aeroplane. Okay, so that's how that began. Then I very loosely sketched in this thing. It was quite large, it had 2 C shapes. Using this like a clock face, add a few of these, and that's where you start to put these in. And literally you can be quite loose because these are going to fade in anyway. They're not going to be too precise, so don't worry too much about them. And that's basically it. It was a very simple sketch today, which has been quite nice. Now let's talk about how we're going to paint this thing in. I will be checking your sketches in a minute. Let's talk about how we're going to sketch this thing in. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to have some of this fading in. My advice to you is grab a rubber or an eraser and just lightly skim over some of the edges of these. Remove some of those central lines. I don't mind seeing a little bit of pencil on this, so I'm just using a bit of pencil, especially towards the top, and I'm using this rubber here just to lightly skim over the tops of these. I'm not taking the pencil away, I'm just lightly easing it in because I want the edges to fade, but pencil will help. Pencil's going to help here, so just kind of take a little bit of the ends away. A very loose kind of skim. I'm not rubbing like this, a little skim over the edge will weaken the pencil. Secondly, those middle lines, make sure they're not too strong. Again, I don't mind them being there. For me, pencil's quite important, but a little bit of a skim on the end of these will just sort of fade them in a touch. But what you've got there is the whole bee and kind of half a sunflower. That's what we're going to be working on here. That's the sketch. If you'd like to send yours in for vetting, for critique, then how do you do that? Well, basically, right at the top of your screen, flashing at you right now, is the email address. Just simply take a photograph. Hello to Lynn. Brian's booked for next week, thank you. How many people watching live are booked for next week's workshop? Let me know in the comments, please. Jackie, Paul and Warner, your sketches come through, and it's perfect. Lorraine is buzzing, yes, so am I. No pun intended, eh, there, Lorraine? The sketch, yes, Jackie is great. Now listen, if you'd like to send a photograph of your sketch for me to shout out live and check for you, it's all part of the service, obviously. Very simply, use that email address right here. Or if you're watching this after the live broadcast, again, still send it through. Not a problem at all. Sylvia sent an email. Always love your approach to your sketching lessons. Please can you take a look at this for me? Many thanks, Sylvia. Yeah, it's just downloading. So I'm just going to take a look at people's sketches. Great time to book in for next week, of course, if you've not already. While we're doing this, folks, spaces do go quick and we do have limits. I have to make that clear because I think some people don't realise, but we do have limits on these workshops. And the main reason for that is because it just keeps it in control for people. So while you are waiting for me to go through people's sketches, why not book in for the workshop for next week, folks? Remember, you can win one of 2 paintings. Jackie, yours is fine. We've looked at yours. Let's have a look what else we've got. I'm excited for you. Let's get your smart speaker doing its job, shall we? Have you got one of those things what you talk to, like Alexa, play Bee sound effects? Let me know if that works. Mary's in Lanzarote. Wow. Again, as Mary said, doesn't matter if you're not here, you can do it at any time. It's all part of the fun, yeah? Sylvia, yours is fine. Carol App says too many petals. Let's have a look when it comes up, Carol. Ray Russo, yours is fine. Peter Kimberley, yours is downloading. Jeanette Haynes, yours is spot on. Well done to you. Just wait for these to download, folks, and we'll be with you. Carol Apps, that's perfect. Although you've done the whole sunflower. I mean, that's why it looks like there's too many petals. I don't think you need to have quite as many at the back, Carol. You've got quite a lot tucked in at the back. I wouldn't go too crazy with the amount of petals that you do on that one. So Brian says his Alexa is playing B sounds. That's good to know. It worked. Irene Style, yours is fine. Any more's coming through, folks? Anne Harris, you're good. Peter Kimberley, your bee's quite large compared to the flower. Now, obviously, you get different sizes, Peter Kimberley, in bees and different size flowers, so it would work just to be a smaller flower, that's all. So I'd say just run with it or just reduce the body of the bee. The bee's quite large. Tracy is booked in, thank you. And Tracy's got a putty rubber. That's a good way to tone down the pencil. But again, I want to make it clear, folks, don't lose the pencil. The pencil remains. Ray Russo, you're good. Barbara Alexandra. Haven't been able to paint live lately, but enjoying the sketch today. Great sketch as well. Well done to you. Lorna. This one's from Lorna. Logan, yours is downloading, Lorna. So is Betsy's. Betsy Ensley says, thanks, Matthew. You make this so easy. Nigel, how do you do a block booking? Okay, right, I'll show you. So a lot of people do. Probably about a third of people that attend these workshops do block bookings, and from this moment on, if you do a block booking, it gets added to your account. Just briefly, Betsy Ensley, yours is perfect. Well done, Betsy. Sonia Kelway's, lovely. Again, nice sketch. Again, a bit like Peter's, Sonia, that bee's quite large, but it doesn't matter. It works fine. Smaller flower. You get, obviously, different size sunflowers, you know, different stages. So not a major issue. How do you do a block booking? Quickly want to show you that. Here's the website. Very simply, a block booking is created like this. What you do is you go onto the website here, allthews.watercolour.tv, click the workshop tab and click live virtual workshops right here. Click that. That takes you to the workshop page, and very simply, as you can see here, is the block booking. So what you do is you click on the block booking, and from the moment you buy it, you get added to a list where automatically you get added to each week's workshop. Okay, it's a nice gift for somebody. You can purchase it for somebody as well. But then what happens is when you log into the account, if you go under previous workshops, it'll remember which workshop you've done. There's 104 workshops, but it only starts from this week, that function. So it works in the same way that it would work if you've been purchasing them singularly. So it's the only difference is that you automatically get entered in, so you don't have to worry about all that stuff. Basically, just takes the stress away from it, so it automatically keeps you in. Sonia Kelway's, you're good. Pauline Lacey, yours is downloading. So is Carol Barnes. So is Lynn Howe and Ruth Allen. Wait for those to come through. Pauline Lacey, working good. Just want to put a few more petals on, obviously, on yours, Pauline. There. Carol Barnes, yours is coming as we speak. Hope you're keeping well, Brian. Brian Green is having a few health problems. Hope you're doing well. Ruth Allen, yours is perfect. Well done to you, Ruth Allen. Lynn Howe, let's have a look at yours. Yes, again, tone down some of that pencil. I would recommend doing that. That'd work fine. That one's from Lynn Howe. This one is from Carol Barnes. You're good. Yes, Carol. Lynn Howe, you're good. Ruth Allen, you're good. Peter Kimberley. Yes, Peter, that's great. So that's spot on. So well done on that one. Now let's move on, folks. What we're going to do next is we are going to start to paint basically next. So I'll keep an eye out for people's emails coming through. Again, it's worth me making clear that if you are watching this after the live event, please do send a photograph through. I will reply to you at a convenient time, obviously. But even after you've watched it, and that's true for any previous one. If you take a look here, this is a screenshot of some of the previous ones. This one is from More Poddy. That's your email. There's no name on it, but that's what it says, More Poddy. I'm sure that you know who you are, but it's a good sketch, Mar. Good sketch. Elizabeth Grant has sent one through as well. We'll take a look at yours once it's downloaded. But here shows some of the variation of what we've painted in. I mean, just have a look at some of the paintings we've done over the past 2.5 years. We've done some belters. Elizabeth Grant, yes. Andrew May, yours is downloading as well. So if you're new to these workshops, all these are available to purchase as previous workshops. And they get added under your account, under a little menu icon that says purchased. And of course, if you are a Watercolour TV member, you get 10% off using the discount code that is attached to your account as well. So it's all good. Andrew Murr, yes, well done. Sketch is checked, painting's going to start. Let's get the screen back to what it should be. Let's fix those colours, shall we? Colours are a bit off, so we'll get the colours cured, then we'll be chucking some paint on. Carol Apps, yes, you've removed some of those petals. You did have quite a few at the back there, but you've cured that. That's ready for action. Brighten up the screen so you can see what's happening here. That's perfect. And yes, we're gonna get stuck in now. So we'll get the camera rejigged, and the next thing to do is get some colours prepped, folks. Matthew, can I see the seahorse at the back? Yeah, just about. If I do that, there's a seahorse that we did on one of the workshops. There you go. It's hiding away at the back, but there it is. I enjoyed that one. It was a good one to do. Oh, look at my camera work, eh? Professional. All part of live streaming, folks. It's all good. Okay. £10 workshop. What more could you want? Cheaper than a gallon of fuel. Sad but true. Here in the UK, it is. Here's the palette, folks. Let's get this palette cam in the right place. Come back a little bit with the zoom so we can see what we're doing. Basically, I'm using brushes here, the super points, the 3 brushes. You probably realise you're going to be using quite a lot of yellow today. So I've got some natural yellow light, but whichever yellow, but you want a lot of yellow today, I'm sure you can imagine. So it's going to be good for the old squeezing of the tube today. Get some squeezing exercises with natural yellow light. Let's get the camera in a little bit of a better position so you can see what we're doing. There we go. So we'll mix the colours together, but what we'll do, as always, is we'll do the colours together, but then we'll paint the picture. I'll do it first. That's the yellow. Here's the blue. And then we've got the red, which is tucked away over there. Lovely. Now, as well as using the colours, I'm going to put some cling film down on the picture as well, and that'll give us a nice background. So if you've got some plastic wrap, sarin wrap, cling film, food wrap, big enough to go over your picture, I'm going to take a piece of this. Now, I'm not very well trained in ripping cling film, but there we go, that wasn't too bad. I want to pop that to one side, ready. That's big enough to go over the picture. And again, treat this as a demonstration, but mix the colours with me. What we're going to be doing here, folks, is we're going to be using 2 brushes, the large one and the medium one. So size, I'm using the 20 and the 10. roughly, or a medium and large super point for those who have them. Very simply, we're going to mix the colours all together, put them across the bottom of the screen, top of the screen. It's good to have a test sheet of paper. Lorna, sorry, it was yours. I've not commented on yours, have I? It was still downloading. Lorna, Logan, yes. Perfect. Yeah, lovely. Sorry, Lorna, I missed you then. Sharon, good morning, everybody. Hope you are well. I won't be painting today, but catching up. Hubby's still not too clever. Looking forward to this one. Love Bumblebees. Hope he gets better soon, Sharon. And again, you know, the great thing about this is you can paint along at your leisure. It's all good stuff. So let's prep the colours, folks. No water in the palette at all. Zero water. Just what's on the brush. A good habit is to wipe off that excess on the old side there. Wipe it off on the side. And then what we'll do, without a doubt, is take a thick, I mean, just look at that. Beautiful high definition. Look at the thick yellow. Quite important to have some strong yellow. 2 blobs of strong yellow. Clean, uninterrupted yellow. Nice and strong. Please don't be afraid of the yellow. Here's the trick. Big brush, wipe on the side. Wipe on the side so you've removed that excess. You need to remove that excess, folks, from your brush. Wipe it on the side. That's the yellow. It's strong. There's 2 blobs. Why is there 2 blobs? One of them is going to be yellow on its own, but one of them is going to have a tiny little bit of red, just to give a little bit of a variation in colour. Can you see the variation in colour? The orange colour. So it's still yellow. It's probably going to be amber. Wipe out the excess. Don't waste what's in your brush. Can you see what I'm doing? Rotate it. Wipe it off. Clean that brush really well. Clean the brush really well. And then what we're going to do here is have 2 more colours. 2 more colours. 2 more colours. We're going to do some blue by itself. Very pale for this. A very pale blue on its own. On its own, a pale blue. Not as strong as these yellows. Then we're going to mix a green. Just a little bit of a green. Which is going to be obviously yellow. This can be a pale green, by the way. Yellow and blue will give us a light green. More towards a yellow. Now, if you're using my natural colours, use natural yellow light. Natural yellow light can be used here. But a light green. These 2 colours here are very pale. These are stronger. Mix these 2 first. Yellow on its own, yellow with a touch of red. Not too much red. If you get too much red, it's going to look too orange. And then they've got blue, a pale blue, and a pale light green. What does pale mean? It means it's not pure heavy paint. It means it's got that little bit of sort of softness to it. That's it, folks. Why did we use 2 brushes? Well, basically, we're going to swap over to the size 10 brush or whatever size brush you're using, whether it's 8, 10 or 12, once the background's gone in. Let me do the first bit for you. Stick with me. Stick with me, folks, okay? Very pale for the blue, pale for the green. Look at those colours, get them prepped. And while you're prepping your colours, I'm going to do 2 things. Clean the brush, so it's not got any colour on. And I want to exchange this water for some clean. And then I'll give you a couple of moments to get your colours prepped as they are on screen. And then we'll be off. We'll be away. Can't go wrong. Back in a sec. Wonderful. Of course, while I was getting some fresh water, I just got myself a sneaky coffee. Why wouldn't you? But that's your colours in place, folks, all ready for action. And yes, let's go for this. So let's get back to the picture then. Basically, we're going to wet the page. There's the clean water. Kitchen paper. At this point, I want you just to watch what I'm doing. I'll go through this with you. Hello to Nikki. Nikki, this is your first workshop. Nikki Craft. Enjoy. Have fun. Are you painting along or are you just watching? Okay. So, what we're going to do here, folks, get the page in shot. I want to use the big brush and wet the page twice. Now, again, folks, my recommendation to you at this point is just to watch rather than paint along. I'll give you time to do this afterwards, okay? But basically, wet the entire sheet of paper. Now, it depends what paper you're using, but most papers, you want to be putting 2 or 3 coats of water on. Okay? This is coat number 2. Again, you're just watching here, folks. Remember, you're just watching me here? 3rd coat. That's 3 good coats of water on there. Now, here's the thing. Because we are doing this with a cling film effect, once I've put the water on, and you can see the water quite clearly there, can't you? Look. See? Normally, what I would be doing here would be saying, keep the board upright, but a slight tilt on your board. I'm going to lower this down to here, like that. This is a shot you don't normally see. Matthew's double chin. Let's get closer into this, shall we? Because I'm using cling film, and cling film needs to be sticking to it. So I'm basically working on a bit of an angle. A slight angle would make sense. You can still see that nice and clear, folks. First colour is going to be the pale blue. Now here's the thing, remove that excess. Remove the excess water. Don't put any more water in your colour. Pick up the pale blue. There's the pale blue. It is pale, it wants to be pale. That's quite important for this. Doesn't want too much colour. And very simply, we're going to twist in between. We're going to rotate the brush and sort of work around the edges a little bit. Just kind of spotting. It doesn't matter if a bit creeps over this, honestly. I'm not bothered if a bit creeps over the yellow petals. It's going to go a bit greeny, but that's okay. But a little bit of yellow just and green working together doesn't really cause any trouble. But just a little sort of spot in between each petal, really. And it's worth saying that we're not working all the way to the edge here as well. So a little bit of a vignette style. You can see the blue, it's gone in there. Straight into the green. I'm not even going to clean the brush. Straight into the pale green. Again, you can see me wiping that excess on the side. And as always, I'll do this again. I'll do a second one for you. A little bit of green, just randomly twisting. Wiggle your brush, twist it in between. Don't do every little bit, but just a little bit of green here and there. It just helps to give the impression of some out of focus leaves for the flowers or whatever. But a little bit of green, just to sort of say it's there. And it's as simple as spotting it in. Just a little bit of spot of green. It's just using the tip of the brush. You can see what's happening here, folks. It's nice and straightforward. It's just a very simple little sort of background. Almost nothing. Now remember, these colours are going to run. They're going to bleed. They're going to spread. But that's all part of it. Let the paint do its thing. Then it gets interesting, because what we're going to do here is put some green in the middle. Put a blob of green in the middle, like so. Why we're doing that, you'll kind of see why. So a spot of green goes in the centre. Let's get the camera. Yeah, you can see that clear enough, can't you? Spot of green in the middle. I shall be recapping this. Very quickly wipe your brush and then spread the green out. Spread the green out from the middle. Now, let's go for this. Let's go straight into the smaller brush, the size 10. Back to the palette. Let's go for the bright yellow. Now, don't be afraid to be thick with this. We've mentioned this a few times, and literally, we're going to go wild here, folks. We're going to go in for this. And working pretty quick. I'm not worried. I am. Who said that? I'm not worried If a bit creeps into the blue or the yellow, it's all part of it. Honestly, it's more to do with having lots of water on your brush, let the paint spread, let it become part. Even get the yellow stripe over the middle of the bee. There's a yellow band. There's 2 yellow bands in bees actually, but you know, it's a heavy colour, and I'm blocking it in. And I'm letting the paint do its thing. You can see how bright it is, the yellow, can't you? In comparison, look, it goes around this middle piece as well. It goes around here. Mix it with green. This is the bright yellow. I mean, it's almost pure paint, folks. And you can see I'm not being precise. I'm slapping it on a bit because I love how the paint spreads. That's what I'm interested in. That is powerful. That colour, beautiful colour. Stunning colour there. Look at that. Isn't that nice? That was good. That nice bright yellow. Probably a bit brighter than what you see on your screen, to be fair, but that's all good. And then what we'll do is we'll creep down back to the palette again. I'll do this again. You better. Back down again. We've got the amber colour. Remove that excess on the side. Very important. Remove that excess. And then what you're going to do here is you're just going to come around the edge, a little bit more precise, and just pop in a bit of this amber colour, but more at the tops or the bottoms. I don't know. Is it the top or the bottom, Matt? Where the petal comes out from the centre. Pop some lines on. Keep picking it up. Even remove the excess on kitchen paper. I will be recapping this, folks, so don't worry. Now at this point, I'm not too concerned about blending. What I'm more concerned about is getting that cling film on. So once I've gone around here with that, like so, it's going to look a mess, but it's all part of the fun. Isn't that good? I like that. What we're going to do then is we're going to just clean the brush, wipe it dry, just kind of soften any real hard orange lines that you might have on your picture. Even just think about popping a little bit around there if you want to as well. See, just a bit around there, those C shapes. But once you've got to that stage, and I'll recap this again, don't worry, just take a piece of cling film, spread it across, and just sort of lay it down and let it settle. You can tap it down a bit and it will stick to the wet paint and it'll put creases in. Now it only works while the paint is wet, so if your background's too dry then it ain't going to do much, but what it will do is put some lovely creases. I'll zoom in a bit closer. It'll put some lovely creases in your petals where that orange paint is, so you can sort of crease it up a little bit. You can almost get your fingers in and follow it up the petal a little bit, but it'll put some nice texture in the petals, which is really what I'm interested in capturing. So that's looking nice, and I'll leave that to dry. Now while that's drying off, I want to shoot down to the bottom rough sheet and I want to recap that entire section again. Let me show you quickly, loosely and quickly what we did. I'll just sketching the rest of these petals here just so you've got, I mean, if you want to, I want to give you time. Why don't you practice yourself? Why don't you do a little small version like this, just to give you some idea what's occurring. Big brush then. Big brush. You can smell the fear. Big brush. Wet it 3 times. Almost flat to your desk. Just a slight tilt on your board, folks, today. A very slight tilt on your board is always required. This is the second coat of water. Third coat of water. 3 coats of water. Yeah? Start off with the blue. Now, it's useful to say, with all the colours, if you tap off the excess on kitchen paper, you can just sort of wiggle your brush in between the petals. Not filling the page unless you want to fill the page. I would recommend not filling the page. I think it suits it and it fits in with the other ones that we've done on the previous workshops as well. That's the blue. Straight into the green. Straight into the green. Now the green was interesting because not only did we put the green around the edge, a little bit, not much, I popped a blob in the middle. Remember that? There's a blob in the middle. So you can do a little twist. This is a quick version just to show you, but that's it. It's really key to change the brushes. The big brush goes away. You pick up the size 10 and you are using a thick yellow and you're going to go around here. Even through the B. Put some in the B. So you sort of work around that middle piece. And then with the yellow, you very loosely and quickly. It doesn't matter that it all spreads in. This is why the pencil is important to keep in. You paint the petals. Why don't you ever practice yourself at this? I want to give you time. I want to stop once I've done this and give you time. So, working pretty quick because you're thinking to yourself, I need to get that cling film in. Straight into the orange. Again, a little wipe on the tissue. The orange colour works around that middle, down the petal, like so. If you've got any obvious hard lines of orange, like say for example that, and you think that's a bit harsh, simply clean your brush, wipe it pretty much bone dry, and you can just smooth it out. There's nothing wrong with putting a bit of orange around this middle, these two C shapes as well. It's just all the starting point basically. And that's when you put your cling film on. That looks nice, don't it, that? Have a practice yourself. Don't forget to put some yellow behind the wings. Don't forget to put some yellow on the bee. That's it. Using those colours, those 4 colours which you can see at the bottom of the screen. And then you put the cling film on. The cling film only works at the point of the paper being wet. There it is. I'm pretty confident I can lift this thing back up now because the cling film is stuck to it. So I'm just going to take off the board there. Bear with me folks. Bring this back up so it's back to where it should be. And I will leave the cling film there for a couple of minutes while it has a few moments to dry. But that's it. I'm stopping. I'm giving you time to work on this. Why don't you have a practice yourself? I'm kind of not in a position to get the cling film off just yet. So that probably would help if I left that one on, because you can see more of kind of what we're trying to achieve, can't you, from that one. And then the cling film goes on. Just enjoy it. Linda Ross, your sketch is coming in a second. While it is, John Ashley has got a mouldy palette. To open the palette, which is not used for a while due to illness, and found mould on some of the colours. Yeah, so if it was really wet when you put it away, I've only experienced this once, John Ashley, in my painting career. And my old studio, which I still use for storage, at another property, I went back and I found a palette that had been there for probably 3 years, and it was mouldy. But watercolour paint has a fixative in it to stop it going mouldy. But if there was a lot of water in there, and obviously if it was in a damp area with a lid on, it's quite rare, John, for that to happen. I'll say that to you. If it's happened to you once, it's probably never going to happen again. So I wouldn't worry too much. And Linda Ross, your sketch is great. It's great. Lorna says, is the yellow strong or diluted? It's very strong, the yellow. I mean, you can almost take the yellow straight from the blob, to be fair. So it's got a bit of water with it because it is watercolour. So always think about that, Lorna, won't you? There's always a bit of water in watercolour, but it's rich. It's rich. Brenda's just purchased a block of 5. Thank you. Brenda, that means a lot. Remember, blocks of 5 now work the same way as buying individual workshops, because obviously you can just buy it each week, and you know, so it's all part of the fun of it. But yes, it's nice we've got so many new people here today. Welcome, and do enjoy this. What I'm going to do now, folks, I'm happy enough to take off the cling film, and then I'll let it dry then. So let me get the picture back here, and if we take the cling film off, you can see what we've got on the picture, just nice and steady. Just give it a gentle peel away. There you go, beautiful. And it puts a few wrinkles in your petals, which is something we all like. But can you see the little creases? There's not a huge amount, but they are there. And it depends how wet the background is or was compared to your picture. But that is basically the starting point of this sunflower and bumblebee. Beautiful. Can't go wrong. What could possibly go wrong, eh? It's worth me saying, if you look closer at this, you can see how the yellow paint has crept outside the pencil. It's all part of the effect. The focal point of this painting is in this guy. In creating a painting from scratch without seeing a end result is a huge lesson. I know sometimes people say, oh, can't we see a finished picture first? That spoils the excitement, the anticipation of this workshop is creating from scratch. That's what sets these apart to the in-person ones that will be starting in the winter. These are a wonderful thing to do. All for a tenner. You can't go wrong, can you? You can't go wrong with it, folks. Just enjoy it. There's nothing better to do on a Sunday. Surely. Now remember, this is just the starting point. The painting will evolve, it'll develop, and it'll all come together at the end. So you just need to stick with it. I can't say that enough. You need to stay with this, okay? So many people, you know, kind of give up a little bit too early. So just try and stick through, folks. When we get to that between sort of 2 and 3 o'clock UK times, normally when we wrap these workshops up, that's when you're going to think, And right at the end, a little bit of white paint, optional white paint, is always going to be good, and it will really make this thing come alive. It's alive. Lorraine's still keeping that going. The workshop is buzzing along nicely. I love it, Lorraine, honestly. You need to behave yourself, Lorraine. Get it? Behave yourself. And you've got to quit pulling my leg. Even the pencil was themed, it was a 2B pencil. It's all good, isn't it? All good. And of course the classic is, why do bees hum? Because they can't remember the words. What did the bee say to the flower? Hey bud. What do you call a bee that's been brought back to life from the dead? A zombie. Which bee gives you a second chance? It's plan B, obviously. What's another name for a wasp? A wannabe. That's my favourite one so far. What did the bee say to the naughty bee? Behave yourself. I can keep going for hours. What do bees chew? Bumblegum. Which singers do bees really like? Sting, obviously. Beyonce and the Bee Gees. We'll get some more of those later, but we'll quit at that point. Carol Barnes. Matthew, do you think you can rescue this? Is that what you said? Is that right? Emails all. I'm going to reload the email. It's come through wrong. Matthew, do you think you can rescue this? I didn't take the orange far enough up the petals. Do I keep calm and carry on or restart? There's nothing attached to the email. Carol, send me a photograph through. We'll check it out. And that's true for anybody. Remember, you can get in touch, solving your arty problems. There you go. There's the old. I think you've sent it, Carol. There it is. It's coming through. Let's take a look at it. Can you see Hamish the cow loitering at the back right of your screen? That was a workshop we did a few weeks ago. Just downloading, Carol, your picture. I'm pretty sure it's okay because we are going to work back into these petals. This is just the next stage of the picture. What's important here while we're waiting for this one to download? Yeah, it's perfect. That's beautiful, Carol. Really nice. Again, it's a good example of you being a little bit too critical at an early stage. That is perfect. You've got lovely texture, Carol, so we'll leave that well alone. Really looks nice. Happy. I'm happy about that. So let's leave that alone. If you've got yours, check, send it through. Peter's getting involved. Where does Noah keep his bees? In the archives. Yes. See, that got a laugh from Lynn, whereas my jokes didn't get any laughs, which is a shame because I put a lot of time into researching them. I did. Yes, I did. What's a bee's favourite sport? Rugby. What do you get if you cross a horse with a bee? Neighbours. Neighbours. What would bears be without bees? Just ears. You got to think about that one. I want to stop and I want to carry on painting. I've paid for this. £10. Come on. Time is money. Right, listen, what I want to do next, folks, I'm going to be using a hairdryer. Or, in this particular case, a craft gun. But it looks suspiciously like a thing you take wallpaper off the walls. Got in there quick. Let's get this dry. I'm just going to give it a blast with a dry, folks. Carol said it's going to be one of those days with a joke. Yeah, it's going to be a long day, Carol, to be fair. I'm pretty sure of it. As you dry the painting off, folks, and once it's pretty much dry, use your hand to lay flat on it, and that will dry off that excess. And that's when you get the colour coming through. Remove your cling film first. Subaru's your sketch. Subaru's your sketch is fine. Andrew's getting involved in the act. Andrew Mer says, what vegetables do bees like? Beetroot. See? It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one today. I'm excited for all of you. I really am. Make sure you take cling film off before you use a hairdryer. Top tip. So if you notice me, I'm using my hand to flatten the paper. Once it's dry enough to touch, beautiful. Be careful not to dry the picture with the thing someone. You know what I'm saying, don't you? You know exactly what I'm saying. Tracy Hamilton has sent a photograph through. Yours is just downloading, Tracy. Tracy's put, not sure it has enough orange. It's fine for this stage. We're going to work back into it, Tracy. So what you've got there is perfectly fine. Good stuff, actually. It's nice to see what you're doing there. Now, if you're not sure about the history of these live workshops, they basically started. I've been teaching watercolours professionally since the late 90s, and in fact, next year is the 25th anniversary of me teaching watercolours. I've always taught online content. Well, for 15 years, I've taught online content as part of Watercolour TV, but then COVID came. Lockdowns came, and I started teaching virtual classes, and they started on the 23rd, 24th of March 2020, and here we are nearly 2.5 years later, still going at it. So keep going. For £10, it's like a weekly workshop, although next week it's not on because it's Father's Day, but pretty much it's pretty much every week, Sunday, sometimes on a Saturday, occasionally. But keep that support going, folks. For £10, even if you can't take part live, it really doesn't matter. Which naturalists do bees like? Kate Bumblebee. Okay, now make sure yours are dry, folks. We're going to crack on. I'm going to start to work on this some more now. That one was from Andrew Murray, by the way, that joke there. So they can shout at you, Andrew. Peter says, when was the motorbike first mentioned in the Bible? When David's yeah. Keep them coming, Peter. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. I'm impressed with the jokes today, folks. It's there's a bit of a buzz around the studio. I think we've already said that once. Okay, back down to the palette, folks. Let's crack on then. Let's crack on. Can't go wrong. Jeanette Haynes, yours has come through, looking good. Jeanette has sent a photograph of her workstation today. Jackie says, if I purchase 10 workshops, will they be remembered in my account? Yes, Jackie. From this moment on, Jackie Pullen, I have some big news. Breaking news. We worked very hard last week because basically, just to give you the lowdown for those people that aren't sure, these workshops, like I say, have been running for over 2 years. From the end of April, early March, early May this year, 2022, if you purchase a single workshop or a past workshop, your account will remember them on Watercolour TV. So you log into your account, you click on the menu, it says previous workshops or purchased workshops, and you can view them there. Great, brilliant. However, if you bought that block of 5, which a lot of you do, and I want to say a big shout out to those people that do, including Jackie and a few other people, Andrew Mayer, etc., it didn't remember them. because there was no way to do it. It basically, you bought that voucher of 5 and that gave you the 5 paintings, which is great, and you get the emails, as you've always done for over 2 years. But now, from today onwards, from the 12th of June onwards, you purchase them and it will remember and it will attach the workshop that you do to your account. So as you log in, after the workshop has ended, or the day before the workshop happens, it'll remember and it will put you into it. So it basically, the workshop that you do, so the 5 workshops that you do with your pre-book voucher, it puts them under purchased or previous workshop. Just go to the previous one and it will remember them, but only from today on the block booking. So a great time to do block bookings, folks. If you've already got a block booking in place, it starts from today. If you just buy them each week, bang, 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 it's fine. It does it anyway. But from this moment on, Jackie, yes, it remembers them. We've spent a lot of time getting that function in for you guys, so please do enjoy it. Take advantage of the block bookings, folks. It makes me sleep better at night if you do a block booking as well. Anyway, back to the palette. Great time to do it as well, because it keeps the paint flowing. If you're going on holiday or something and you want to do the workshops each week and, you know, and that kind of thing, then you need to be doing block bookings, basically. Let's use a size 10 brush. Size 10. And let's make the orange paint a little bit stronger. So it's yellow and a little bit more red. So it's definitely an orange. Feel free to use natural orange at this point, folks. Natural orange is available. Feel free to use it. It's there to be enjoyed if you've got it. If not, it's the same orange as before, just a little bit thicker, a little bit stronger in consistency, okay? A little bit deeper, all right, basically. There it is. Now this is going to be used with a size 10 brush on the picture, and we're going to basically go around the flower and make it stand out in a few places. So we'll start off in the middle section here, and we're going to go in and paint quite a random, let me get close in for you, quite a random spiky edge around this middle. Now if you want to do this in one section, you can do, it's up to you. So it goes up to the bee, it goes through the bee's wing as well. So it's quite a strong orange, and it goes around, all the way around the flower, basically. These little sort of diagonal lines which just follow it like a countdown clock. Boom! There you go. So you can see that gone around there. Then you clean your brush really well. Remove the excess on kitchen paper, so you've got a damp brush, and just go in and just scribble this in to the centre. Scribble it. Look, can you see I'm scribbling it? It's quite easy to blend, so you basically just use water to do that. So it's dry paper at this point, yeah? Strong orange, so feel free to make the colour a little bit stronger. Then do a similar thing on the inner C, but the inner C shape wants to be more spotty. So it's more of a dotty, spotty thing and less of a diagonal. So I'm spotting around here. Spot, spot, spot around like that. Yeah, and then make that a bit wider. Doesn't matter if you paint over the bee a little bit, because the bee is going to be dark in colour. So see that inner C shape? Clean your brush really well. Remove that excess water and continue to spot. Almost stipple with a damp brush. It's literally 2 quick wipes on kitchen paper and you spot your brush. Can you see that little spot? I'm working around, and then it goes over here like that. So basically it's spotting and dotting. Frederick says, how do you do? Okay, right, so what you do, Fred, is you basically, if you go onto the workshop, in fact there's a link in the description below, so if it wants to buy a block 5, which is great, Fred, thank you for that, you just go into the workshop page and you can purchase it there. So you just basically spot around like so. See the fade? and already we're seeing a sunflower. So that's how this is going to evolve. Brilliant. I'm pleased for you. I'm pleased that you're with me today, folks. Lots of you painting live today, so thank you so much for taking part, which is great. Ruth Allen. Yes, perfect stage. Ruth, dry it off. Love the cling film effect, by the way, Ruth Allen. Well done to you. This is the stage now where you would be starting to pull out the definition within the sunflower. But that orange is quite strong. So don't be afraid to use quite a nice colour at this particular point as well. So it's not a problem to have a nice rich colour at this stage, yeah? Natural orange being the colour, or a mixture of the red and Harris has got to go, but we'll finish later. Okay, and that's fine. Again, you know, that's all part of how these things are working. Now the world is getting back to normal. Obviously, you know, less people can commit time to doing these live, which is why you've got them to keep. And they do appear in your account. I'll show you that later, so you can access them in your Watercolour TV account as well. Carol found the cow quite hard. That was the cow workshop, which is kind of loitering at the back of the studio, just sort of there, look. You can just see him at the back of the screen there, look. The Highland cow, that was about 3 or 4 weeks ago we did that one on the workshop. Beautiful. Lovely. Now, it's worth saying, folks, in the middle of this, once you've put it on, it's had a little bit of time to dry, just add a touch, and just be very cautious about this, just add a little teeny weeny bit of blue into that colour. Just a touch, not too much, just a little dot of blue. Just ever so slightly darken it a touch. It starts to make it look a little bit more, almost like a brown. If I put the colour here, can you see it's got that sort of browny tinge? Now that might seem a little bit harsh, but reason for that is because it wants to go in between what you've already painted. So my advice to you at this particular stage, with your kitchen paper in hand, is to remove the excess. Still got the size 10, and literally get right into this and just put lots and lots of little lines, but quite spaced out, like me. Little lines just kind of working even behind the wings, following that clock face again. You can see I'm painting it quite quick, but you can see it's dry brush. I mean, if you want to use a smaller brush, please do feel free. But you basically put these lines on, and they're quite random. It's like a grassy edge. It goes around this middle, and it doesn't matter if one's shorter than the other or one's longer than the other. I mean, that's kind of what you want to be doing anyway. Then use the brush to spot quite a definite edge around this middle section, and pop lots of little random spots, gradually working out from the middle section. Let me stick with me for 30 seconds while I show you this. So you've worked around that middle section, and then you put lots of little dots around like this, lots of little dots from the bee like that, and you start to gradually go from that edge, and you put more spots as you work towards the middle, like so. Can you see those little spots coming through? Yes, little dots and dabs, little spotty bits. And then you clean your brush really well, really well. This time you can wipe it pretty much dry, and just go in and just ever so lightly scribble your brush around. Can you see I'm doing a scribble? Around those browny sort of tan coloured lines. And it's putting shadows even here. Just start to scribble some of the middle spots. Water, dry your brush.
scribble, and it just sort of tones it down. It's giving an edge, a clean edge on the inside, this internal C shape, but that's giving us a bit more interest around that area, and you can see how it starts to come together. The sunflower is going to be there, obviously, but the sunflower is not the main focus, the bee being the main focus. I'm watching today, says Lorraine, as usual, but I've done my very first painting following Matthew's tutorial for a free membership on the Create and Craft kit. Yes, so I'm back. Big news, I'm back on TV, folks, on the 10th and 11th of July on Create and Craft. It's took a lot of organising, but we got there. And it's all been because of all the merger of the different channels and everything. It's just took a lot of fine tuning. Keep adding little spots. Keep adding little dots. The more little dots you put inside here, the better, to be fair. Because the more it gives character, and the more you work around this edge, the sharper that edge will become. And that internal edge is quite key. So you can even put a few more little bits coming out from here if you wanted to as well. But just lots of little dots is really quite useful. And it's just basically getting dotty and everything. And as you work towards the centre, you do less dots, basically. Less dots. But you do quite a lot around the edge, creating a nice contrasting edge. And then you clean your brush, you wipe it almost dry, and you just basically skim over lightly to calm down, calm them down in your picture, basically settle them down in your picture. Yes, so I've not been on Create and Craft since March, I think, was the last time we did the show on there. And normally I'm on there every 5 or 6 weeks, so we are back 10th and 11th of July. We've got some shows booked in, so finally making it back on there. Looking forward to it. And again, you can just keep adding more of these lines around these edges. It just makes it look a little bit more random. And you can see I'm painting it random. I'm not painting these things precisely, because that's a mistake. You want to paint it nice and gentle. And again, it works its way around, so you can see that nice kind of edge. And it's just basically, it's orange with a bit of blue. It makes like a bit of a browny colour. If your colour goes green, by the way, it means you've not got enough red. So add more red. So if it goes green, add a little bit more red. That'd be really good. Now, coming up, folks, in a few weeks' time, 4 weeks' time, we've got the virtual painting retreat. Now, if you've not heard about these or you don't know anything about them, this is the 3rd virtual painting retreat that we've done, that we've taught. This 4th one, this will be the 4th one. These started summer 2020. These are a seasonal way of teaching art. So basically, 3 days of watercolour tuition. You've got day 1, paint a summer meadow with landscape and flowers. Day 2, summer in Rome. Day 3, a Caribbean beach with palm trees. 19th, 20th and 21st, again, like this, virtually taught, direct to your home. But the difference is that I will, at the back of me, where I'm stood painting, you will actually see the actual scene, a live video. Yes, a live video of the actual scene. And I will teach you how to translate the scene to painting. There's a link in the description if you'd like to book this. We've not got many spaces left for this. Let me show you the previous paintings that we've done on these virtual retreats. I've got them all here. So we did, this was the winter one. These were painted straight from the actual scene. Here we've got the winter retreat that happened in March this year, March 2022. We did this New Forest one from the actual scene. Plein air painting from your home. This was an alpine scene that we painted. Loved that one. Then here we did winter in St James's Park. Then we did the summer retreat, which was last summer. We painted in this one here. This was the beautiful Mediterranean beach, all painted from the sea. We did a live Lake District sunset. Lovely Venice. We had a live, literally a live webcam of Venice, and we taught this from Venice, a live stream from Venice to my studio straight to you. It was such a great workshop. Then here we did a live view of Sherwood Forest in the autumn for the autumn retreat, and of course we did the Lake Garda in the autumn, and then the Scottish Castle. So these were all taught on a live virtual painting retreat. Very different to this, and what makes them different is that I will teach you how to translate a scene. What you do is you go on the website and you book it through the holidays tab. You click holidays, and basically there is the holiday virtual painting retreat. There's the date of it. It's £50, and you get 3 days of tuition. And yes, you can watch it back at any stage, at any time. It's yours to keep. That, check it out. If you fancy that, check it out, folks. Really a worthwhile thing to think about doing. Let's continue. Let's continue on this one then. It's just a nice thing to do. Again, if you can't actually be there live, it doesn't really matter too much. How many people in the live chat are taking part in that, or have booked into the summer retreat, summer 2022 virtual painting retreat? How many people are taking part in it? Let me know. Okay, let's continue. This time I'm going to be using in fact, let's just get back to the palette. One sec, we'll get back down to the palette here. There's the palette. So what we're going to do here is mix up some more colour. I've run out of it. So it's the yellow with the red again. And again, a dot of blue, only a little bit of blue, not too much blue. So it's not quite as dark as the one you've just used. Can you see? It's like a bit of a sort of sandy tone. So basically it's yellow and red with the tiniest little dot of blue, just a little speck of blue. Jeanette Haynes has done all 3 of the virtual retreats. Sadie's booked, Peter's booked, Jackie's booked. Wonderful. It's a great thing to do, the virtual retreat. It's something different. So actually translating the live scene to a painting. This is the same colour, folks. Same colour. It's the yellow with red and just a tiniest amount of blue. It's not as dark as the one you've just used. What we're using this for, basically, Rosemary's booked in for the retreat as well, so that'd be great. What we're using this for is to pop a little bit of separation in some of these petals, and let me show you them. Basically, where your pencil line is, the petals that are behind, let me show you, will have a line on them. So if I paint a V-shaped line that goes up to the flower with a size 10, can you see that V shape? Clean your brush, remove the excess 2 or 3 times, and scribble. Basically scribble, scrubble and blend. Scribble, scrubble and blend. And it creates depth. Look at that. Yeah. Now I want to do a few of these. I'm not going to do a lot of them. And some of them are just going to be a single line. Clean brush, few taps. And basically blend it off away from the petal. Away from the petal. So here, the one at the back of the bee, I can see a petal behind. See how I've painted either side, clean brush through the tissue, and then use water to fade it out. You've not got to be too precise with this, because I think if you are too precise, it takes away from that sort of soft feeling that we're trying to capture. Okay, but honestly, the tiniest bit of blue you could imagine here. Don't go mad with the blue on the colour. Come back with the camera here. Look, there we are. So over this side, we're going to go and paint that one in. It's the petals that are behind, folks. Basically, clean brush, few taps, and scribble it. It's like a V shape, yeah, that slots in between, and it's using water to blend. I mean, you can revisit the blend if you need to. So I can revisit that to make sure it's all smoothly blending out. But it's a nice way to work. Over here, the petal that's behind to me would be that one. Clean brush, few taps. But don't paint all your petal in this colour, because it'll make it too dark. It's just a It's just a gentle sort of warm orange colour, what we're sort of using here. Yellow, red, tiniest bit of blue that you could imagine for this one. Too much blue and you're going to spoil your colour. It's going to go too dark, too dirty, so a little bit of blue is all you need just to create some depth. Now I want to rotate the board around to get a more paintable angle here. Let's get the camera here. So I'm actually working upside down, but it's the same thing. I'm working on the petal that sits behind with a thin line. Clean brush. Do one at a time. Why are we doing one at a time? Because if the paint dries, it's almost impossible to blend. So it's better to do it at the point of it being fresh. In that one, just wants one line on. Can you see just the one line? Clean brush through the tissue. And then there's this one here has got two lines on because it's got the petal behind. Clean brush through the tissue and use water. But there's nothing stopping. If I zoom back on the whole thing, let me turn that the right way. If I zoom back on the whole thing, that's quite dark, that one. Look how dark that is. But there's nothing stopping me getting water and scrubbing it, making it lighter. Because that's what watercolour does best. Water, obviously. And it's a great way to... So a damp brush, once you've done it all, you can go back in and just put a little bit extra on. But look how nice that is. Just lets it all fade away. And you're starting to get that flower in shape. Andrew Mayer is using light skin tone for this. That might be a little bit too pinky, Andrew, so I'll just be a little bit cautious on using light skin tone. It's orange with a little dot of blue. Sarah and I have booked, says Carol Barnes. Janet's booked, Carol A's booked, virtual retreat, and so has Mary Kelly. Mary's taken part in all of them. They're such a nice thing, those virtual retreats, and if you've not had a chance to do one yet, I would highly recommend having a go at one. Because it's a bit different to this, and there's a critique session at the end where optional critique, you can send your pictures in for review, but it's all from your home again. I mean, there's people in this workshop from all parts of the world, you know, America and Canada, Australia and all sorts, so it's such a nice thing to do. Look how nice that is. Looking forward to getting the bee in. We are taking a lunch break soon, or a breakfast break, whatever time of day it is where you are, but we do take a break for those people that are a bit concerned about having a break, folks. But just make sure that you blend these away, even once you've put them on. You think, oh, I'm not quite sure about this. There's nothing stopping you. There's nothing stopping you going in. Once you've painted it in, if you've got, like me, a bit of a hard edge there, just refresh the brush, wipe it dry, and just use a bit of water to encourage the paint to fade. That's the secret. Just keep that fade going. Yes, beautiful. Looking forward to this. Now don't forget, folks, if you do book next time's picture, you stand the chance of winning this. I'm giving this away. Yes, it's the painting that's featured on the front cover of the watercolour blocks. I'm also giving this one away, which is a nice sort of cottage window. You've just got to be in the workshop to stand the chance of winning. That's the workshop for the Vintage Fair. Lovely jubbly. What could possibly go wrong? Lynn Howe's got to go. As you're going to go shopping. That's fine. We'll catch you later, Lynn. Thank you for being there at the beginning of the picture. Looking nice. This really pleased how the picture's coming together, folks. Do stick around for this. Again, just look back at your picture, get that water in, blend it out. Remember, it's an extreme close-up that we're doing here. Now at this particular stage, I'll leave you to do that for a few minutes, but I will be getting some fresh yellow paint and I'll be doing the tips of the flowers, but we'll get to that in a few minutes. Just give yourself a bit of time to do this. The bee is going to be very detailed, but we're going to put some more work in the flower. We're going to put some shadows in there, but we'll get to that as the painting progresses. Just got to stick with it. Just got to stick around. Barbara keeps losing the live link. Well, everything's broadcasting good here. So there's nothing happening here. Try doing a reboot. But yeah, we're broadcasting at full strength here. We've had no dropouts at all. Naomi's lost the link a few times as well. Well, everything's working okay here. we've got like a graph that shows the health of the stream, and it's all good. It's all good. There's been no frame dropouts or anything here, so if you get a problem from me, I will tell you. You know, if there's something wrong with this end, but all looking good. Let's continue, folks. Then we'll be taking a little bit of a break. So down to the palette. This time I'm just going to be using some clean yellow paint. So it's probably worth, my advice to you at this stage would be to get some fresh yellow from the tube, because it's a bit contaminated here, look. So I've got the light yellow, natural yellow light being the one, of course, in the water there. And I'm going to be using the size 10 again. It's up to you if you're going to use a smaller brush, absolutely fine. Also worth making sure you've got a pretty clean area to work on, so I've cleaned that out. What we're going to do here is put the yellow in. So it's a medium strength yellow, just on its own. It's just yellow, nothing else. If I put it here, you can see it's not as thick as it was at the beginning, but it's quite strong, just yellow. Hello to Rosemary's just joined us. Let's get back to the picture. The yellow is perfect for the edge of the petals. I'm not going to be too precise about this. Again, I want that faded effect. So on screen, I can do a few of these. If I do this one here first, I'm just going to sort of go and paint a bit of a point and a few lines, a few internal lines. Now, yellow is quite good at blending. So my advice to you is pretty much do all of them and then fade them. The yellow paint, remove the excess on the kitchen paper. Just kind of do a handful of these, but do make sure you put some lines on as well. So basically working over the edge. When I say lines, just random lines going up towards the tips. So basically towards the top, towards the center. So if I do this section first, so it's on the edge, and then a few random lines going up like that. Can you see the random lines? Now, it's worth putting a few lines lower down as well. Can you see the lines? I'm just putting random lines in. It gives the folds and the little wrinkles and the creases within the flower. Let's do this section here. I mean, you can clearly see, can't you, the difference that makes, that compared to that. So you can clearly see it's nice, isn't it? So here on this edge, again, it's a strong yellow. I will do the edges of the petals. You can do a few. But the fact I've just given it a quick tap on kitchen paper first means that, yes, I can get clean edges, but secondly, when I drag the paint back, it's a little bit hit and miss. You know what I mean? So you get that nice, it's almost, a sunflower is such a symbolic flower, you know, for a lot of people. Somebody rang up this morning saying that the sunflowers is important to their family, you know, and I'd like to book the workshop. How do I do it, kind of thing. So it means a lot to people. And of course, all the troubles in Ukraine as well, as sunflower has been a symbol for that as well. So it is quite a nice symbolic item. It was also used a lot as well for during the COVID pandemic for people that had, you know, sort of passed away because of this COVID. So it was a symbol of remembrance there as well. So for a lot of people, this has been quite key. So yes, lines can also come from the base as well. So don't worry about putting lines from the base. Certainly worth doing over the top of those brown marks you've painted in. So you basically pick that yellow paint up, which is here. Pick the yellow up, wipe it on kitchen paper. I'll get closer in again. And there's nothing stopping you taking that brush and just doing lots and lots of this. Personally, I don't think you want to do any blending here because these lines are going to be quite important to keep in. But if you feel that you've got these just lots of stripes on your picture, there's nothing stopping you getting a bit of water through the kitchen paper and just say, well, I'm not so keen on this stripe here. I'll just give it a bit of a soften, and it will soften dead easy because it's yellow, and yellow is a fugitive colour, which means it's quite easily washed away. Brilliant. There you go. Sunflower's almost there, just waiting for a few shadows, basically. But let me leave that there for you so you can see. But that's a nice stage to be at, folks. Looking good. Peter Kimberley, yes. It's gonna. I can't sort of say enough what a difference it's gonna make when that bee goes in. The bee is gonna change this entire picture. We're counting a lot on the bee, but it honestly, it is. It's gonna make such a difference. If your painting finishes on the edge, by the way, let's get close up to that top edge like that. I'd use this yellow, which is still dry, and I'd start painting the next petal. Can you see? But just do it as a flick. So it just disappears off. Just there, look. Like a little line just shooting off to the side. But Peter, yours is fine. This stage is quite nice, what we're doing now, so that'll make a quite a big difference to your picture. Peter sent an email through if you're wondering how he's got in touch. Barbara, keep calm and carry on, says Barbara. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Carol Apps looking good. Flowers beautiful. Well done, Carol Apps. Looking nice. And of course, that flower, you could also do the same down here as well. We are going to be adding definition to this later, so don't worry too much. We are going to put that in. But that's the next one, if you like. Just sort of comes in on the edge. See that one just coming down there like that. So yeah, you can just keep adding more and more of these lines. Dry brush. I mean, if you look at this scrap piece of paper here, this is what we mean by dry brush. It's hard to see. I'll do it in a different colour here, but that sort of spiky. So removing the excess paint on tissue is a good way to do that. Looking good. Nice. Betsy is on playing catch up. Well, very soon Betsy will be taking a 30-minute break, as we always do. We always take a 30-minute break, folks, and that break is to give you a chance to walk away from your painting, get some fresh air, that kind of thing. But so far, so good. All that's missing from this is a few little shadows, which we're going to be doing very soon, and then we'll be taking a break. Excuse me. So at this stage, for the first time in this painting, we need to be mixing up a grey. Okay, we've not been using grey yet, but we are going to bring some grey into this. Let me just turn this board around. We've got a fresh sheet to work with. So size 6 brush. So I'm working down to the small brush now. Size 6 brush, or a small super point for those people that are using those. How many people are using the super points? Grey. Add a little bit of water with quite a decent chunk of grey, a thick, strong blue. Now, if you've got natural grey, that is perfect. It's ready to go. If you haven't, just add a thick chunk of blue. This is how to make grey. This is how to mix your grey shadow colour. Try and avoid using Payne's grey. That's too black. But that's the blue. Strong blue is important, with a touch of red. Now, obviously, red and blue is going to go purple. So you get the purple, and then you add little bits of yellow, tiny bits of yellow, and the yellow turns this grey, hopefully. Now if it goes to, there you go. If it goes too brown, how do you fix it if it goes too brown? Well, what you do is you put more blue with it. What about if it goes green? If it goes green, add a touch more red. If it's too purple, a bit more yellow. So blue with a bit of red, and that is basically, so it's blue plus red equals grey. That grey is so important, folks. I've got a little card here that shows you the differences between Payne's grey and natural grey. That's Payne's grey, which is pure black. Look how that sort of jumps off the page at you. Here you've got natural grey, which is mixed from these three colours, or, as I'm sure you know, you can go out, and it's the biggest selling colour for the SAA is natural grey, because it is such an essential one for doing the shadows, and that is that colour. So important to have the right shadow colour, without a doubt. And a size 6 brush is the key. A strong grey is required. Once you've got the strong grey, just here in a clean area, lift a brush load of the grey out. So you've got, look, compare your colours to what's on the screen. You've got a lighter tone of the same colour, just with water. Same colour with water. Beautiful, beautiful. Can't go wrong, can you, eh? I'm happy for you. I am. I'm chuffed. Fair chuffed. Janet's using super point, so is Peter as well. Brilliant. So they're the new brushes, the super points. You've probably seen them on the front page of the SAA catalogue if you get that. If you buy them from Watercolour TV, you still get access to the free video tutorial that comes with the brush. That gets sent to you via email. Matthew, how can I get hold of the Ladybird? The Ladybird, yes, right, okay. So if you want to buy a previous one, you go to the website, which I will find in a minute. Where are you? There it is. And you go to the workshop tab, top of your screen, previous workshops, and somewhere tucked away in all of this, down here, one of these, there's 104 to choose from, £10 each, available for a limited time, is the Ladybird. It's in there somewhere. We've actually got one here of the butterfly that we did last year. There you go. So it's just a case of going through and finding them. Of course, you can use the search function as well. You can search the website as well. So Jackie's using Superpoint. What a game changer they are. The super points, eh? What a game changer. Okay, let's start to add a few shadows to this, folks, at this particular point. Lorna says I've got in a muddle with the wings, and they're all good. The wings will happen later, Lorna, Logan. So don't worry, that's all good. So far, so good, Lorna. Okay, a few shadows then, nice and close in, folks. We'll start in the middle. There it is, and let's go for it. So size 6 brush, using that grey. The slightly stronger grey is what I'm using. So it's the heavier one. That's the grey, the strong grey. It's also worth just saying, if you remove the excess on the kitchen paper, that's a good idea. What we're going to do here is work quite closely around the edge. We'll do it in steps. So basically, this strong grey is going to go over the petals and into the centre. Can you see how I'm sort of going around? I'm almost painting like a grassy edge, but this is what we call negative painting. So it's actually painting in a shadow and not being afraid to be quite dark with this. I think a lot of people think, oh, that's too dark, but it won't be. It won't be. So it needs this little edge. Now this edge will get blended in shortly. Okay, so if you look, can you see that I've gone into this and it creates a random edge? Negative painting. That's what it is, folks. And it goes along this edge. Fairly wide. I mean, it's probably 1/4 of an inch. It's not a thin line. If you was just to do that, that's not really what you want. You want a decent line, and it kind of goes around pretty much all the way around. But my advice to you is do it in a couple of steps. So I would say, if I just bring the camera down to where the B is, stick with me, I would work down to the B, loosely following those orange lines. But look how dark the paint is, and please don't be afraid of that. I mean, I can't say enough. Stop where the wing is, though. Stop where the wing is. So I've not gone over the wing. Can you see I've not gone over the wing? That's important. We've not gone over the wing. We've gone from here to here. Then you clean your brush. You clean your brush. Stick with me, folks. What we're going to do here, take this piece of kitchen paper and give it 2 quick taps. 1, 2. So there's just enough water on that brush for me to go back here. And literally, I'm going to get close in for you. We're going to scribble. We're going to scribble forward, back. And just look how nice that is. Take it up, scribble it, forward, back. I'll do it in slow-mo. Don't be afraid. Every so often, clean your brush again. You need to keep cleaning your brush on the tissue and keep scribbling. Keep scribbling. Because if you don't clean your brush every now and again, every sort of inch or so, clean your brush. If you don't clean your brush, you can't go to the outside edge and continue to blend. So basically you're scribbling the paint, you're scrubbing it. 2 taps on the tissue, remember, no more. Water, tissue. And then look, completely, it's really essential that you fade that away. The whole thing fades up. Keep going back in the water, 2 taps on the tissue. Can you see the difference between the sections? If I come back with the camera a little bit, sorry for kicking the camera there. And basically, look, I've worked along, I've not gone as far as the wing, I'm scribbling like so, blending the paint away, which is beautiful. I'm loving it. It really lets the paint go. It disappears. But look at the hard edge. Keep going in the water. I can't say enough how you keep working on that outside edge and you do forward, back, and you just make sure the whole section blends up. It makes this middle section leap out, which it does on a sunflower. It looks 3D. Look at that. Now, I'm sure you realise that you've got to do exactly the same here, but again, you don't paint over the B. The grey is quite strong, so don't be afraid to use a good strong bit of grey. And basically, it's going to go just here now, and it's going to weave in between. It's quite a definite colour, and honestly, don't worry about it being a definite colour. It's all good fun, yeah? Work around that edge. It's like a little grassy edge. You can have varied lengths. I mean, you can see that some of them are longer than the others, but it gives variation. Clean brush, couple of taps on the kitchen paper, and then literally you scribble the paint away, but you scribble it only so far, and this is important. You go back in the water. I've said that plenty of times now. A couple of taps on the tissue, remove that water and scribble it. Work on that edge. Work on the edge, fade it down. Look, can you see I'm spreading the paint? I'm dragging the paint down. And again, water again, 2 taps. It doesn't matter if it washes a bit of the background off. It's a shadow. It's meant to be in the dark. So you're smoothing, blending, tweaking, fiddling, and it just smooths the paint out. Leaves that nice edge, makes the petals stand out. Give it a go. Let me show you that on a blank piece of paper. So down here, just on a rough sheet, just to give you some idea, it's basically going to be like this. So why don't you practice it first? A strong grey. I can't say how important the strong grey is. So it's like a negative edge. Water, 2 taps. Start to go forward, back, scribble, but then back in the water again, 2 taps. Work on that top edge. It needs to blend. It's got to blend to nothing. You don't want any hard edges. It's a lovely step. Cal says best brushes ever. Yeah, lovely. Well, if you do get a chance to leave a review on the SAA website, if you like the super point brushes, it does help people purchase them going forward. Beautiful. And even now I can just come back in and just do a bit of extra blending. But that makes the actual flower stand out a touch. And I'm sure if you look at that brush, you can see why it's called the super point. That's the size 6 one. Let's continue, folks. A little bit more of the same. 5-10 minutes, then we'll have a break for half an hour, just to give you a chance to recharge your breath a little bit. So yeah, it's just using the same colour, that strong grey there, like so, on the brush. Again, it's good to tap off your excess. It doesn't really matter too much at this point, but I always think if you just tap it off on a little bit of scrap paper, it does make things pop a little bit. And what we're going to do here is we're going to go around the central part with spots. So, but random dark shadow, basically. But I'm actually, rather than doing the little diagonal strokes like before, I'm spotting the brush and I'm working up into that edge to break that edge with the dark grey, but only going as far as the bumblebee. Don't paint over the bee or the wing. Paint up to it, but not over it. Can you see I've stopped here? And then if I just move the camera down a touch, exactly the same thing will take place down here. But obviously the wing's there, so the wing starts here. I can just see my pencil line, so I'm not going to put the shadow over the wing. And I'm just going to come down here and I want to spot around like that. So it goes up the side of the wing, so it goes around that edge. Again, you clean the brush really well. You wipe it on the kitchen paper a couple of times and then just do the same little scribble. You can almost twist your brush here. Twist your brush completely. Can you see I'm sort of just fading it out? Keep recharging the brush. Shadows make things pop, so it's quite key to get these in. I'm quite keen to get them in now. So it's exactly the same process. So if you have a go at that, and then I will come back. Enjoying this, folks. Hope you are too. A lot more work to go yet. We're going to paint in the bee, of course, very, very soon. Now at this stage, I'm going to work on the petals a little bit with the grey, and I mean a little bit being quite key. Let me show you the plan on screen. Just have a little look up, folks. Pick up the same grey, but here's the thing. Remove the excess colour. Wipe it off so your brush is dry. Even get your fingers in your brush and give a little bit of a press. So it kind of goes a little bit. Can you see, if I get the focus on there, can you see how the brush has gone a bit flat? And the reason for this, because I just want to get a little bit of dry brush in those petals, especially the ones at the back. And this is what I mean by dry brush. You basically, from the point where the petal meets the flower, can you see I put the darkness in there? It's dry brush. Look, wherever there's a petal behind, do these little dry brush marks, but only where it's in its deepest place. Can you see where it just puts a little bit of a shadow in, don't it? But have a look at that line there. Look at the dry sort of patchiness. And again, that's created by picking up the grey, the same strong grey, removing it 4 or 5 times, getting your fingers to pressure brush a little bit flat, not spiky, just flat. And basically, I'm not going to paint over the wings, by the way, so just always bear that in mind. But just little quickly painted marks that skim the surface. Can you see that texture? It creates texture here as well. So basically, it goes right into there, look, right into this area where the petal is connecting. And it comes out and it creates a lovely sense of shadow. It really puts the finishing touch into the shadows of your petals. If you look here, for example, great example just there on the edge of the picture and up here. But it's making use of the paper. If I get really close in with the camera, I mean, this camera shows lovely detail. It's actually 4K, the camera, so it really shows high clarity. But look how nice that is. You can really see that texture. And I'm dragging it upwards so it almost disappears. Now, it doesn't matter if you pop in a few random lines on your petals. You can see those little lines that come from the centre. They do look nice anyway, I'll be honest. But yeah, it's a game changer. To me, this little stage we're doing now is an absolute game changer for this flower. And you can see the dry lines. Nothing stopping you put in random lines like this, as long as they hit and miss. You look at petals, they have lots of little folds and creases. Do a quick internet search for sunflowers. Look at the petals. Look how you see little creases, little lines. See these little lines? Look. So every petal, even from the tips, look at these beautiful dry brush lines. Look how nice these are, folks. Can you see? So as well as separating with a shadow, I can go in from the tips and I can paint in as many contour. I love this stage. It really makes me smile. I've got a big grin on my face. Look how beautiful that is. Let's come back a little bit with the camera so you can see that. So basically what I'm doing is I'm using my brush. It's dry and I'm painting these little tire track dry brush, I'm going to say it, skid marks on your picture, and what it does is it really adds a nice bit of extra detail to your picture. So as well as working in the shadows with that dry brush, take a look at this. Pick up the paint, remove it so it's almost dry, give your brush a bit of a pinch. Practice first on a scrap piece of paper. Too late for that. And then, now you tell me, just bring it in. Just put these little sort of skiddy, again, skid marks. Just reminds me of tyre tracks, and as someone that likes a nice fast car, I do always think of tyre tracks as skid marks, but you know, that has different meanings for different people. But just a few lines which going quick. Take a look at this scrap piece of paper. How do we do the lines? What you do, get excited, what you do is you do that. Now if you paint it like this, doesn't have the same effect as painting it like that, but you need to practice it first. But it's beautiful. I'm excited. I've dropped my brush. That's lovely. That is really, really nice. Texture, dry brush, beautiful. And just while I've got your attention, this ring, this edge ring with the same dry brush, put some random lines on that. Not over the wings though. Can you see these random lines? Beautiful. Up here, look, see I'm putting random lines in. And when I say random, these go from the edge and they come down. And these are random. Again, I'm not going to paint over the wing. They come up from the darkness. And they come down from the darkness. So down from there, up from there. And they're random. Random as in some of them are diagonal. But what it does is it gives texture. It gives texture. And this is why, simply, this is the main reason why this watercolour paper's got this texture, because it's got a randomness about it. It's beautiful. Now, if you want to really impress your neighbour, folks, one final thing with this dry brush is imagine where the middle is, and I want you to do a star shape. And the reason for this is because if you look on a sunflower centre, it's almost got like a star in the middle. But can you see that dry brush? Let me get closer in for you. Basically, have a practice at this one. It comes in from loosely from the middle, and these lines go out, but it's very dry. Do practice the technique, folks, before you jump into it. But it's like a little bit of a star, and it's all painted with dry brush marks, like an explosion of colour. Very little paint. Look at that. There's almost nothing. See that? Now, if you're going in like this, that's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is you wiping off the majority of the colour, nearly all of the colour, and just scratching the surface, tickling the paper. Practice it first, folks. It's a lovely effect, and it's one to have a little go at, but it's such a lovely way to get petals. So you can see there how I've gone around. I've worked, recap now, I've picked up the colour, wiped off the excess, I've gone in between the petals, I've dry brushed in between the petals. Even get your fingers, make your brush a little bit flat. Not a spy, kid, just have a look at the brush. Just basically just pinch the tip of it so it's a bit flat. Size 6 brush, can you see it's a little bit flat? And then you skim the surface. So you can add lines and veins and folds to the petals. From the tips, beautiful from the tips. It really always looks nice from the tips. Just kind of makes it look crisp. That's a lovely looking sunflower. Looking forward to getting the bee in, which will be after we've had a break. And then add a nice bit of texture around. You can put some texture inside here as well, look, inside this middle bit. Let me show you that. Just do a little bit of scratchy texture, see? Scratchy, scribble the paper. Make use of the grain. It's got a lovely texture. That's why watercolour paper has the texture. Look, I can scribble it. Can you see that scribble? Beautiful. Nice bit of texturizing going off there. Really effective. Lovely. Betsy says already looking nice. Listen, folks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you to work on that. So let me just have a quick talk to the camera. I'm with you. What time is it? It's currently 12:45 here.
So 12:45 UK. Now I'm starting painting again at 1:20, 20 past 1, 1:20, to give you a bit of time to do the dry brush and to get yourself a bit of a break for 30 minutes. So we're taking a 35-minute break here, as always, so you don't be concerned that the live stream has gone off. The famous Lego clock, which has been with us since day one, is going to sit just here, so you can see that we are still live. 35-minute break. That's the plan of action today. Lego clock's going to sit just here at the side. Now, if you'd like to, so that stays there, look, so you know that we're live. So at 20 past, basically, at 1, we're going to be back, which is 35 minutes. That's going to give you time to do this. White paint is going to come on the sunflower, but we'll do that at the end. That's going to stay put, folks. Do take your time with the dry brush. Practice the way the brush goes on the paper. We'll leave that on screen for you. If you could, think about booking in for next time, folks. I really would love to see you next time. If you're new to these workshops, I hope you've enjoyed it so far. Of course, the next painting is going to be a vintage fair with beautiful carousel and vintage stalls and people. It's going to be an absolute gorgeous one. Such a colourful picture to do. Spaces are going quickly. I've just had a quick look there, and there's actually about half of the, 70% spaces have gone. 70%-ish, not quite, almost 70%. So it's a good time to book in for that next workshop. There it is on screen now. So link in the description. Watercolour TV members do get 10% off. Just log into your account or your code. Look on the dashboard, you'll find the code. And again, if you do book into that workshop, you stand a chance of winning one of 2 original paintings. I reckon there's probably almost £300 worth of paintings there to be given away. So certainly one to get yourself booked in on. That's going to stay on screen when I get my camera to work. Stay put camera. I'll pop that just to one side so it's not too much in your way. And yeah, just enjoy it. Now it's important that you come back. Lots of people give up at this point, so do, as a few people have said, keep calm and carry on. But we'll basically be back in 30 minutes ish, about 20 past. We'll be back to continue. So it's time for a break and time to book in, folks. See you in a wee while.
We're back ready to crack on, folks. Okay, so we are ready to move on, folks. Looking good though, so all good, present and correct. So we shall be adding more work to the bee and also obviously to the flower as well. White paint's going to feature a little bit later, so we'll get to that soon. But we're going to make a start on the bee next. The flower's pretty much in place. It's quite a nice kind of bright, sort of confident flower there, which is what we want on this picture. A few questions come through. Jeanette Ains, can I call later? Yes. If not, you can always give us a call tomorrow. That's fine. But yes, I think we're all sort of back and ready to move on. So let's start off by getting ourselves down to the palette, and the bee is the next sort of thing to work on. For me, it's really key to have a good strong dark colour here. This has got to be a very heavy mix. A strong chunk of blue paint is needed here, so very thick with the blue, very definite with the blue. So just a tiny bit of water, lots of heavy colour, and then just drop a little bit of red. So this is the mixture, remember, but add a bit more red than previous, make the colour a little bit more purple, and then put the yellow into that, mainly because I want this colour to be very strong. So it's the same grey that you've been using all the way through. Very heavy, very strong paint. You can see the colour there. But adding a bit more red will make this stand out as a darker colour. Even if you're using natural grey, adding a little bit more red to the mix will give it a little bit of an extra kick. So a good strong colour. You can see that is really quite powerful, that paint, so that's quite a nice one to have, which is going to be perfect for this. It's also at this stage worth just getting, and you've probably got some in your palette, a nice clean yellow paint, which I've got here, just a nice bright yellow, nothing added to that yellow, just yellow on its own, nice and easy. Back up to the pic. Get close into this. And on the bee, what we're going to do is make sure there's some bright yellow on that shoulder and over here as well. Now if you do it in a slightly dry brush fashion, that's fine. But can you see that nice bright yellow? I'm just literally putting it on. So it's on this stripe here and across the top of the head. So a good rich yellow, perfect on that bee. So again, just take your time, making sure you've got a nice bright colour. Now, if you've got the option of a square brush or a lift out brush, this is an extra large Matthew Palmer lift out brush, but it doesn't matter if it's not a lift out brush, it's just a square brush. If you haven't got a square brush, just use the number 6 brush, a dry clean piece of kitchen paper, and just using water. I mean, the water is not clean, you can see the water's green here, but I'm not worried, I'm okay to use it. And basically just going to add a bit of water here. I'm going to scrub the paint that overlaps the wing. So basically using water, I'm just going to scrub. This is the second bit of water. So basically where the wing is, just use water, scrub, scrub, scrub. It's not all going to come off, but we don't want it to. We want to leave a little bit. Press it firmly. You can see it's removed a little bit of colour, not a huge amount, a little bit. Same here as well, give it a good old scrub. If you haven't got this brush, then don't worry, just use any brush. But basically, wash off the colour and press with kitchen paper. Wash off as much colour as you can. It's not all going to come off. In fact, hardly any will come off, but it just will make sure that you've got a pretty clean looking edge of wing. So you can just wash off a little bit of colour there. You could also use this same principle as well. If you want your petals to stand out a bit more, you could put some little highlights coming down on the edges of some of those petals. If you haven't got a square brush, there's nothing stopping you just using a size 6 brush. But you can basically just kind of wash off, you know, any little bits of petal that you think, oh, not quite happy with that way that edge sits. Just a bit of water just to wipe it away, but it's not essential, and you'll find it quite hard to take off. You can use a number 6 brush as well, and look, I'm just using water, and you scrub, scrub, scrub around where the thing is, and it'll take off anything that's harsh. You'll still have a remnants of colour there. It's impossible to take it down to the white, but just a damp brush nicely allows you to wash away anything that's hanging around, basically. Not essential, but it's just one of those things that you can add to the equation. But yes, the secret here is to be very strong with your colour. And again, you can see it's the blue, lots of red and yellow. But I mean, that colour, if we get close into that colour, it's got a purple tinge to it. You can see it. It's very heavy, it's thick. It's almost the closest thing to black without it being black, obviously. And it's strong. It needs to stand out against the background here. So a very heavy colour. A size 6 brush or a 5 or something similar. I want to rotate the brush over the edge of the palette here as well. Now, why am I doing that? Because it will give me a point on the brush, even on a bit of kitchen paper. But just a pointy 6 brush or something similar is going to be a nice way to paint in the bee, or at least the start of the bee. And it's going to go in. We've got this black edge. Let's get closer in on this. There it is. It's across this edge here, all the way down to the wing. But I'm not going to do the whole section. What I want to do is outline it. Let me get close in to show you this. Get really close in, close as we can. Can you see I've filled it in, but I've left a light gap. Also make it a little bit spiky at the top. Rest on your paper. Make it a little bit spiky at the top. But I've left a light bit. That light bit has been left intentionally. We'll come back to that in a minute. Stick with me. We're going to do a similar thing here. We're going to work below the wing with a spiky edge where it meets the orange, or the yellow even, sorry. Spiky edge. Nicely following that wing. Good strong colour, very important to get the colour nice and dark here, folks. Follow that wing. Spiky edge where it meets the yellow. fill it in, leaving a lighter piece in the middle. So you've carefully followed the shape of the wing there, look. Nice and, you know, steady, very heavy with the paint, of course, that's key. I've left that light piece in the middle intentionally. Stick with me, it'll get there. And then we're down to this piece here. Now this piece is made up of these little lines, little spiky lines, look. Spiky lines at the bottom as well. It's almost like painting little blades of grass, I think is what you'd say here. And you fill it in, almost all of it. What you do is you leave that little light section in there. So can you see I've been quite careful at filling it in, but I've left a light section on each piece. The legs here, they go in with the same colour, but they go in three sections. And they are a solid block of colour. So if you look, the legs actually sit, let me come back a bit with the camera. The legs actually sit quite nice. Let me tilt it forward a bit so the light's not reflecting. There you go. So the legs, I think that's okay. The legs actually sit just nice under the wings. So there's three sections of solid colour, thick grey paint. Now, you can see at the top, it's this curved shape. I've left the light here, left the light there. Reason for all this is because I want to get some light in the bee. Let me show you what to do once you've got to this stage. And then I'll let you do it. Clean the brush really well. Remove excess on kitchen paper, 3 times maybe. Come back to the first one and just connect it in. Look, scribble. Can you see the nice scribble? I'm literally fetching that grey that surrounds it, and it really is as simple of case of just scribbling it all together, smoothing it all in. Look, fetch that grey so it leaves light, so it's as though it's catching some light. There you go. So you fetch the surrounding colour. That's quite important, look. It's really easy to do, and that's just a case of a clean brush wiping the excess on kitchen paper. Now if you do the same on all 3 sections as I've done there, and then put the legs in, and then we'll come back to it. We'll let you do that. Nice. It'll soon come together, this. It really will. But do please make sure that grey is strong, strong, strong. It needs to be very strong paint, this, folks. Can't say it enough. Really effective, that, folks. Really effective. And then, quite easily, you go in and add some texture. So allow this thing to dry slightly, a little bit. So give it a few moments to dry with that same rich colour. If yours is not dark enough, honestly, there's nothing stopping you doing what I want to do now. Let me show you. And that is to pick up the same colour, just remove the excess on there 3 or 4 times, and actually go in, even make your brush go a little bit spiky. Can you see? Sort of spiky. And just give it some texture. Give it some texture. Drag the paint over the top of those light areas. It gives it texture. And it makes it look as though it's got a bit of a hairy texture. Also, with this slightly dry brush, okay, follow the bee's bum. Do bees have bums? Well, this one's got a bum. Just pop a little bit of grey, like a little spotty grey line all the way around that base, like that. See it? So it goes right under the legs there. Little bit spotty all the way around. Clean your brush. Clean your brush. Wipe it pretty much dry, and then use water to blend that up. So you get that light area, but it gives natural shadow, you see. So you basically use water, so it's lighter. So it gives you the light stripe on the bottom of the bee, looking good. It's important to add a shadow to each side of the wing. Let me show you with the same, sorry, kicking the camera, with the same strong grey. Again, if you want to remove the excess, you can do, but a real strong shadow needs to go all the way around that corner on both sides. So it's along the wing, but on the bee's body. And basically it goes all the way around. So it's 2 lines, 1, 2. Can you see it follows the shape of the wing? You clean your brush, give it 3 or 4 wipes, and then basically with a damp brush, just lightly tickle the edge. Just like this, give it a bit of a feather. So you feather it into the yellow and into the grey, and it'll make the wing stand up. What a difference, even at that stage. And then using that same extreme dry brush that we mentioned, which is actually wiping off the excess colour. I mean, it's pretty much wiping all the paint off here. Make your brush go quite, look, can you see? Make your brush go quite spiky. Practice this one first, folks. Don't just jump straight in, because what I want to do here is add some texture. I mean, just have a look at the brush for a moment. Can we see how spiky the brush actually is? I want to lightly add some texture over the yellow and even into the white base. So it's very, very dry texturized to give lines and grain, and it works exceptionally well, don't it? Can you see how nice it is? It just gives a little bit of like, almost like a hairy, a furry texture. And it's, again, we mentioned in a few occasions, it's kind of the skid mark thing. It's basically that. So do practice. Don't just jump straight in on that one. Nice to see the bee. I'm looking forward to getting some white paint on this picture. You might think, why is he putting white on? You'll see. You will see. Looking good, folks. Let's come back a little bit with the zoom there. What a difference. Let's just look back at it from here. Look how sort of confident we've put that in. That's quite key for this. But we're going to obviously continue to work on this, work on the flower and so on. And as always, it never ever fails, does it, to say that it's every little helps. So that hopefully is still with us and you're enjoying it. We are getting there. Let's get close in. Back to the bee. And let's start to do the wings of the bee. I just love the fact you can zoom in and see this beautiful high quality. I mean, that's what makes these stand apart, I think, from a a normal workshop, because projector screens, and yes, they're good, but they're never ever going to be of the same detail as this. I mean, this is proper broadcastable quality what you got right here, folks. Lovely stuff. Lots of you are still booking the workshop next time. If you've missed out, if you've not booked in, we are 75% full for the one that's coming up in 2 weeks time. So it's a fortnight. I mean, you can see here the next workshop, it's this kind of carousel fairground. There's some inspirational photographs on the corners of your screen. 26th of June, paint a vintage fair with beautiful carousel, vintage stores and people. Now, quite a while ago, I'm going to try and find this. We did a painting of a festive market. Let me try and show you. Let me try and find the festive market that we did. It was obviously at Christmas time that we did it. And you can buy it on the previous one. And that was such a lovely workshop. It was a very popular one. You guys loved that one. Let me find it for you. Try not to send you. Ah, there you go. Festive market look. So we'll click on that. There you go. So that was an example of a festive market. But we're doing a, you know, a kind of workshop of a sort of vintage retro style fun fair kind of thing with a carousel. It's going to be a vignette, some nice faded edges. So certainly want to get your bookings in for, folks, if you've not had a chance already to do that. So it's £10, can't go wrong. Back to the bee. Let's continue, folks. Now, the grey colour is really key. I mean, I think we've mentioned this a few times. It's quite warm, you know. It's pretty much, you know, summer now. So, paint dries quickly. Just add in a bit of water if you need to, but still quite a strong grey, still quite heavy. Blue with red, or you can use natural grey, which would work just the same. Add in a little bit more red to the colour. That red makes it stand out. What we're going to do here is do the first part of the wings. Now, the top edge of a bee's wing is going to be in the grey, so quite strong because there's a lot of shadow up there. So that goes all the way to the top. Bring it down in little veins. So it brings little veins down. Little veins. See those little lines? Clean the brush really well. Give it a couple of taps. You want water here because we need to fade this down. It's the same grey, exactly the same. Working down. Just fade it down. Fade these veins down. Drag the brush. White paint's going to be used to make it look like glass a little bit later. So get your white paint ready, folks. Gouache, white acrylic, Matthew Palmer white paint. If you've got some white paint, great time to use it. If not, I've got another way you can use it. But that's how we're going to start the wings. Obviously, same here as well. Come down from there. Straight over your sunflower, down to the bottom. And then just a few lines internally. Clean your brush. A couple of wipes on tissue. Do one side at a time here, folks, because I want to get the paint blending. And I'm scribbling the paint down. Give it a bit of a blend. And the thing is with blending, if your brush is too dry, it won't do it. So just those 2 taps it's about right. So a few more people have booked in for the workshop for next week, as I was just talking there, folks. It's not next week, is it? I keep saying it. I'm just that used to saying next week. It's on the 26th. It's in a fortnight's time, the next one. Keep getting myself mixed up. But there you go. That's that section of wing gone in. Blend it in. Now, white paint. White paint is a really useful tool to have at your dispense because it is such a nice way to work. So I've got here, this is my own particular brand of white. If you've got my white, give it a bit of a squidge around in the tube to mix it up, because it's a liquid white this, but it's very opaque. I'm going to pop it on the palette. If you've got white gouache, white acrylic, then that's useful. But that's my white there, folks. That's a good generous squirt. But yeah,
give it a squeeze, mix it up again, 'cause it's designed to be liquid white. Now, you might also consider at this point, and it's totally up to you, you might consider using something finer, like a branching detail brush maybe, or a rigger brush. It's up to you at this point. It's up to you. I'm gonna have the small super point or size 6 brush is okay. The tiniest bit of water is all we need here. Especially if you're using my colour. The problem with white is it's very easy to dilute it too much. And a nice little tap on some kitchen paper is normally a good way to get the white working. What we're going to do with the white, get the camera back and show you the plan of action here. So what I want to do is I'm actually going to turn this thing on its side. I'm going to turn it upside down. I'll move the camera. The reason I want to do this because it'll make it easier. So I'm working upside down basically, and I want to come in and put the white on the edge, the bottom edge of the wing. Up to the corner and put a few lines coming back. Put a few lines coming back. Yeah, we'll do the same on this one. So basically it comes around the corner here. Now the bottom of the wing has got a few little sort of lumps and bumps on it. It's not pristine. But if I just turn that round again, you can still see that, can't you? Yeah, but just get in a more comfortable angle really, and then take it up towards the shoulder. And my advice to you is just pop in a few little lines going up like that. Make sure the white's nice and thick. If your white is starting to disappear, it means you've got too much water on it. Clean the brush well, wipe it off on there, and then use water to spread that back towards the dark. Spread it back so you get that nice sort of translucent effect. If you've not got white paint, you can actually use a craft knife to lighten the area. But can you see that? This will really make it stand out, this. Now over the top of this, we're going to be adding some veins and various things, but as a starting point, that's quite good, just to give us a... So blend the white, whether it's white acrylic, white watercolour or white gouache. But certainly quite a useful trick, which some people don't always do. I don't know why, but just rotate your board basically. Water, wipe the brush pretty much dry, and then just use that damp brush and keep fetching it. Keep fetching the white, moving it up towards the grey. So it's a good smooth bit of blending. Turn it back that way so you can see. Look how nice that is, isn't that good? So basically what you're doing is you're fetching that white and you're moving it up. Look, you're sort of letting the paint all nicely mix and blend, and it really makes it look 3D. It's waiting for detail, but that's a good start. Good start. But yes, if your white's very liquid, give it a bit of a squidge around in the tube and it'll mix it up for you. Beautiful. I'm just going to use a white Posca pen for this. If you've not got white, then a craft knife can be used on the edge to scrape it. But look, blending, I can still do it. But it just makes it look transparent. I think it's such a nice effect with white. So you pick the white paint up and you blend it back. If I get some dry brush with the white here, so the brush is a bit white, I can actually put a few little flicks of white, very dry, a few little flicks of white. Again, like I say, if you do want to use something finer, please do, but I'm just putting in some little sort of white highlights in place on the bee, even over the yellow, even over the bum. Look, see the white going in just there. Basically it's just using a bit of white paint and removing most of it on tissue, and it allows you to add a bit of white to your bee. This will make the bee stand out. Little dry brush marks, little flicks, even over the edge of the yellow, where the yellow overlaps the black part of the bee's fur. I guess you call it fur, I don't know, but it makes it look hairy. And if you really want to impress your neighbour, a very thin
highlight on those legs will make it look a little bit, look how nice that little thin line, can you see it on the black, pulls it together, now don't worry if you put too much white on, because it can be easily painted over with some colour. So if you did put any bits on that you wasn't too happy with, don't worry too much, because it's quite easy to put it back in. But certainly that white texture for the bee would really make it stand out. Beautiful. White paint through the tissue, very dry. Hold your brush like a pen. I mean, you can see why that brush is called a super point if you look at it there against my hand, because it's got that lovely tip to it, look. And that's what it's all about here, using that tip, utilizing it, getting the texture. Start to come down from the top of the wings at this point, and you get these nice little veins of white. This is when you might want to change brushes, like little branches almost. It's a bit like when you paint a leaf or a feather, it's that kind of thing, but you get these nice little sort of segments that kind of come down. But white paint does it really well, like little tree branches. Think about doing this in white. If you've not got white paint here, then it might be worth doing these in grey, little veins. But notice I'm using quite a big brush for this, so I think a lot of you would be using something a bit finer here, but that is totally up to you. If you've got a rigger brush, then it's not a bad time to bring it into play. Little veins within the wings. Of course, I'm doing this in white, but you could do it in grey if you've not got white paint. And I shall be putting some grey ones on a little bit later. If your white disappears, like mine's starting to, then I'll just give it a second coat of the same colour. It just means I'm adding too much water to it. A little bit of white on that little bit of white just there. Look at that, beautiful, just catching a bit of light from it, because remember what we're painting here without a doubt is the focal point of the picture. So getting these little segments of wings in place, and literally if you've just sort of tuned in, because I've had a spike in viewers now to the live stream, can you see here we've got this white paint here. It's quite runny because of the water, but if I just get a bit fresh, a bit more white paint, and rotate it over the kitchen paper a little bit, so it's not got a huge amount on, literally you add a few little segments of almost little, it's like a jigsaw puzzle of lines, little wedges of lines. I mean, you can see that you can connect some together. See the little, almost little square ones. So you bring some lines coming down from the top edge, and I'm resting right on the edge here, and then you put the segments going across like that, and it just adds detail to the picture, like that. Little rectangular segments where these areas are sort of connected. I hope that makes sense what I'm trying to say here, but it's like a tree branch coming down from the shoulder, like a lightning bolt.
and then you put a few little sort of segments in. It makes it look like glass. The combination of the white with the grey really makes it look like you've got a shine to it, a beautiful shine. Don't forget to put a bit of white just here, folks, on the top of the head. Don't forget to pop a little bit of white at the top of the legs. That gives it an extra bit of a shine as well. Beautiful. Now, like I say, if you've not got a white paint, then you might, hanging around somewhere, have a nice sharp craft knife. Now, what you could use a craft knife for here, I'll pop this on just to show you. You can actually sort of, if you're careful, you can just sort of gently scrape off some white, look. You see? So if you want to get it look even more like segments, or you've not got white paint, you can use a knife, a sharp craft knife, obviously being very careful not to cause too much in the way of harm to yourself. Then that'd work quite well. Beautiful. Now, we've also got the option, of course, of bringing some grey into this as well. I'll pop the white to one side because we can reuse that white a little bit later. But it's worth having some grey. And again, it's up to you what brush you go for here. You might want to be using a rigger brush or a branch and detail brush so you get that finer detail. Or I'm sticking with this number 6 brush, but I can rotate the brush through the fingers, through the colour, and even over the edge of the kitchen paper, so I've got that nice pointy brush effect. Hold it like a pen, rest on your paper, but think about using a different brush. I'll say that again, you know, rigger brush, branch and detail brush, that's kind of the idea. Oh, hang on, there we go, camera disconnected. So just briefly, the camera just decided to disconnect. It'll be back in a second. Just talk amongst yourselves for 30 seconds. I'll be back. Again, I'm just rebooting one of the cameras. I am here. We just got to sort out the camera.
There we go. We just had to do a quick camera reboot. We're back. Anyway, let's recap on what we were just doing. So, we was using the grey, and again, thinking about which brush you want to use, either something pointy like this detail or rigger brush, or in my case, I'm happy with the super point. Long as I've got a point, a little rotation over the tip of the kitchen paper will make sure that the brush is quite pointy, and do hold it like a pencil. Actually hold it like a pencil. That's the best thing to do here. So what we'll do is we'll just pop in some little veins on this bee's wing. Doesn't want a huge amount here, little segments, but working up from the bottom. So actually working over the top of the white here. I'm going to paint a few lines that almost go up. Can you see those lines that go up? And then every so often you can just drop in one that kind of goes across to add a few extra little random shapes to it, like that. This is from the bottom, so this is overlapping the white. I'll do the same on this one, but I want to turn the board around to do that one. So working from the white this time over the white paint, you can just pop some lines going up, almost like a little flick. Now it's important to notice that I did remove the excess colour there, and you can drop in some little segments of paint like that, yeah, which is quite nice to use, like that. So a little bit of marking on the bee basically, and there's nothing stopping you, you know, using that same effect, that same grey effect, to come down from the top. So if you're going to get any darker segments at the top, then you could quite easily come down and bring in a few lines coming down. But having that drier brush effect when you do this works really well. There you go. Can you see? Just a few. It's not, doesn't want a huge amount of detail, but enough to separate it all up. Yeah, basically there's 4 cameras and they're all connected through a special device that converts them to video for streaming, and one of the cameras just switched off. That's what happened there, in case you're wondering. And that's the first time that's ever happened in 104 workshops. Not bad, is it? Not bad. Also, I'm going to pop in a little bit of a feelers, do you call them? Just at the top there, two little radars at the top of the bee. They're kind of on a bit of an L shape they are. Can you see them little lines, just for the, give a bit more interest to the picture. This is all optional stuff, but I mean in theory you wouldn't always necessarily see them. I guess it depends what angle the bee is on, but personally I think that looks quite cool, doesn't it? That little bit on the top there. So these can be added. These can be added.
And then this dry brush effect, always important to mention dry brush. We used it on the sunflower, let's use it on the bee. Remove the excess colour, spike the brush, practice the technique. Look at that brush, get that brush spiky, and then literally on the wings, go in and add some texture. Think about this though, before you commit, folks, you know, always going to say to you this, always think about practicing the technique. It hides all sorts of sins, does dry brush, but its main task in life is exactly what you can see there, and it gives gorgeous texture. Look at the beautiful texture you've created on that bee. Beautiful, beautiful effect. You can even pop a little bit on the outside edge. Because if you think about your brush, your spiky brush, obviously you could either use it like that, horizontally, or you could turn it and make it thin. Well, if you turn it to make it thin, you can just like skim the edge, and it works lovely. It works lovely. Nice. I think that bee's pretty much there. So if you look at your wing and you think, well, it's looking a little bit patchy, then this is where you'd utilize dry brush. If there's a particular vein that you don't like one of the white ones, maybe that one there for example, you can skim over with this dry brush to help that texture come a little bit more alive. Carol says, could you use some iridescent on the wings? So yeah, you could use aqua shine, absolutely. I mean, if you like that kind of slight sparkle effect, if you've got some of this stuff, aqua shine or iridescent medium, once everything's dry, you can just pop a little bit of that on it, give it a good shake, and that'll give it a sparkle. If you've got some aqua shine, we do sell this on Watercolour TV, by the way, so you can pick that up if you'd like some of. Nice stuff, aqua shine. Now I mentioned craft knives because for me, a craft knife is quite a useful tool for painting. It doesn't matter if you haven't got one, but what you can do with a craft knife is you can pop a few little scratches on in the direction of the wing. And I don't really can even see what that's doing, but it's putting a little bit of almost like a texture on it. See the little sort of texture? So have a think about using a craft knife. Again, I showed you it down here. So look at this little bit of paint. Basically, you do that with the point of your knife. Practice it before you commit to your bee, though. You don't have to do it, folks, but it's always a nice thing to mention. It's also quite useful as well sometimes on the body as well. I mean, certainly if I put some little bits of light with a craft knife here, can you see it just gives it a little bit of a shape? And look at that angle of the knife. See the angle there? See that angle? It just makes it look round, doesn't it? So these little tweaks always make a difference, don't they? Love it. But yes, aqua shine, I shan't be using that, but you can if you want to go down that road, of course. Looking good. Quite a simple painting, a symbolic picture with a nice, simply painted sunflower with soft edges, but then lots of detail. We're not all that far off completion here, folks. What we are going to be doing is putting a few shadows around the bee and some white in the sunflower to finish up. Brilliant. Let's just mention this then while we're taking a breath, folks. If you've not, again, had a chance to book in, I know I'll keep talking about it, the next workshop, it's in 2 weeks. The reason it's not next week, because normally if you're new to these workshops, thank you for being here. I hope you've enjoyed this one. Nice relaxed picture to do on a Sunday or whenever you're doing this, because this is yours to keep forever. How do you review the workshop? Well, once this workshop has ended, you'll get another email with a how to view back. But also you can simply log into your Watercolour TV account and it will be under purchased workshops for you, whether you bought a voucher or whether you've done it via a single purchase one. So they're all there to save on your Watercolour TV. There's 104 to choose from. You can buy previous ones as well. But if you do book in, you stand a chance of winning this painting here, this cottage garden picture, and this picture, which is a very high value picture because that's the one that we use on the front cover of my watercolour blocks. So it's a pretty special prize. And don't forget the virtual painting retreat is coming up as well in a few weeks' time as well. That's coming up in July. That's 3 days of tuition. At the back of me is a virtual world, Caribbean beach, and I will teach you how to paint what's at the back of me. That's how they work. Something else you might be interested in. I've actually got the first copy now. This turned up last weekend actually. So this is the new book that's released in August. It's called Matthew Palmer's Watercolour Companion. It's a lovely hardback book with an elasticated cover. There's a little secret envelope in there with something inside as well. And it's a guidebook. It's a guide for watercolours. It's the Watercolour Companion. 3 years of work's gone into this. It's all about simple images with very little text. Colour mixers. How to use, how to sketch, how to do composition, how to paint skies, how to do cloudy skies, all tips and tricks. These colour mixers down the edges are wonderful little things. So this is a £9.99 book, folks. It's available to pre-order. There's a link below. And it's only £10. We've got the first editions, the signed and numbered versions of this book. So if you'd like to pick up a copy, it's my first hardback book. I've published 8 books now. This is my first hardback one. It's a beautiful thing. I'm so excited to show you this one. So do get yourself one of the pre-ordered copies, which are available on Watercolour TV. It's signed and numbered. It's released in August. August is when it's released. Right, if you cast your minds back, we've mixed a pale grey. It's still sat there, but it needs diluting down. So a pale grey, a watery grey. You could lift some of that grey out if you wanted to. So can you see that nice pale grey? A nice watery colour. Yeah, nice pale grey. There it is. Nice light colour. Just a little bit of a sort of tap on the kitchen paper with your size 6 brush. And what we're going to do with this light grey, dilution of colour was key, is I'm going to pop a shadow basically. So I'm just going to, from the legs, from the feet where they meet the petals, just going to pop a bit of a shadow sort of going off like that. Can you see that little line? It just helps it to sit down. So that makes sense, maybe. And it's a way of sitting the bee down. Also worth popping a little bit underneath the wing as well, make that look a bit spotty. Could do a bit there as well if you wanted to. Bit of a pale grey shadow. It just helps things ground, sits down on your picture. It's like it's putting a shadow on. It just somehow sits it. If the line underneath that you've put under the wing looks a bit harsh like mine does, you know what to do. Bit of water and just a gentle tap on the edge. Just helps it to soften the shadow in. That's with a pale grey. Which is just a diluted version. With a stronger grey, similar to the one we've just done with the bee. Again, you might want to use a finer brush here, but I'm just going to rotate that through the kitchen paper. This is the stronger grey, and this is what I plan to do with the stronger grey. Inside the centre of the flower, I'm just going to paint in some crisscross lines. Let me show you what I mean by crisscross lines. Flicking towards the middle. Not many of these, just a few. Okay? And then what you do is you change direction. With like a bit of a sort of grid pattern almost in there. Just on those edges. Now if I rotate this round that way, let me get the camera back down here. Basically what you do is you go up
from that dark edge, and you pop in these dry lines. Remember, you remove the excess on the kitchen paper, rotate it again, and then you can get the opposite side. It's just a little bit, it's almost like a cross section. There's nothing stopping you, there it is, nothing stopping you putting a few little grey spots around there as well, little fine grey spots over the top of the crosses. This is optional. This is definitely optional. The crisscross and everything. So if you just want to make your flower look a little bit more detailed around where the bee is, then you could always just put the crisscross on and then a few spots. The cross section is kind of optional. You might think it looks a bit weird. It's up to you. But certainly a few dots floating around are quite nice. Little spots. I would also put some of these little spots over the top of here as well. Over the top of this section. Just randomly and quite spaced, not too precise, but basically over the top of this area you can pop some dark spots of grey around. Certainly from that edge. Look at that nice one that comes up from the edge. It sort of breaks the shape, makes it look more natural, more nature, more random, I guess you could say. But it is totally up to you. These little bits are not essential. Love this, says Sharon McDonald. Thanks very much for sharing your tutorial, Matthew. I hope to paint the sunflower and bumblebee soon. First time for me. Cheers, Sharon. P.S. Are you on Instagram? Not Instagram, but Facebook. Facebook, Matthew Palmer Artist, is the place to go. We've also got a wonderful Facebook group as well. There's a wonderful Facebook group called Matthew Palmer's Watercolour Group. It's a great place for all of you social media people to be. You need to get yourself on Matthew Palmer's Watercolour Group. Lots of people here are already members of it, so do make sure you check that out. It's a great little place to be, a great little arty world, a nice private world. Matthew Palmer's Watercolour Group is the place to be. Get yourself on there if you've not already. That's enough little dark spots, just adding a few around these edges here. Any bits you don't like, simply get a bit of water, wipe it on the tissue, and then just wash it in. I mean, some of those crisscrossy little bits we're putting, you might want to get a bit of water at the end of them. Can you see? It's literally water tissue, and it's basically a way to fade it. It's just a way to fade it all in. So it's a nice way to sort of finish off that part of the picture. Okay, I've also got the white paint still hanging around here. You might want to get some fresh white, but I've got the white paint here. Still there, look. On the kitchen paper. Personally, I would certainly be adding some white spots around the edge. Random white spots. Let me get close in. This is going to be a nice little thing to do, folks, this. So basically white spots around that area, around that sort of inner circle. I would definitely think about doing. And then on the edge, you can pop some white spots as well. Not many, just a few little white dots coming around. Looks nice at the top. Can you see them little white spots? Yeah? Does this make sense what I'm doing? I think it does. It's a nice little way to pops a bit of light in your picture. I'm putting a few white spots over there. And then a few on the edge. It just puts another level of brightness in. And if you really want to make your petals pop, let me show you one last thing on the petals to make them pop. That's using the white paint again, folks, or the craft knife. Slightly remove the excess white, and literally on the edge of some of these petals you can add some lovely little bits of highlights. It will make a difference, but don't forget to remove that excess. Oh, that's, come on, what a game changer. This is it, folks. Look, I'm talking to you direct. This is me and you now. this is that bit that we talk about. This is that one part of the picture that makes the painting just absolutely work. White paint right at the end. Again, look, it's the last bit. It's the last few minutes of the workshop. This white paint. Have you got it? I think you have. It's picking the white up, removing the excess. The game changer. Down the edge of these petals, put a few lines inside the petals. Beautiful. Look how it pushes the petals underneath that centre. I've got goosebumps talking about it. Sad but true, yes. Look at that down there. Brightens up the petals. Put as many little bits of white on as you like. It balances the picture. That is absolutely cracking. I love the white paint, folks. I always do. For me, it's an essential part of painting, having white paint. So many people say, oh no, don't put white on, but it changes it. It you know, someone that's been painting for as long as I have, yeah, it does. It makes it look three-dimensional. If we come up to this top section here, we can see it in action as well. Come back a little bit with the camera. Pick it up. Remove the excess on kitchen paper. Think about rotating your board as well, because that can make a difference as well. These are the moments. These are those bits where it all comes together. Game-changing moments. So here, putting that white up there. Put a few flicks coming up. Following the edge of these petals will really lift something up. Pop some lines coming up over the top of the petals. It's not just got to be on the edge. Look, I've popped some lines in there. Look, you see the little white lines? It's a flick. It's a flick rather than a stroke. And that means basically putting the paint on and sort of flicking it off. Can we say flick off on a workshop? Of course we can. Turn it this way. Love this. This white never lets us down. This white never lets us down. And of course I'm using my own brand of white, which is really easy to paint with. But look, a white line or two within. Look at these. Can you see these? I hope you can see them, folks, because they are really changing things here. I absolutely love that white. It's stunning. Let me try and showcase where the white has gone. So, we started off in the middle. And we put lots of white dots on. You can see the little white dots. Okay, these little spots. And you can, you know, have as many or as few as you like, little white dots. It's up to you. I wouldn't go crazy with them, but, you know, a few white dots here and there is quite nice. Then I popped in a few sort of white dots around the inner circle, but then I removed the excess white from the brush, and this is when I went in, and that's a good example to show you right there. These lines that you're seeing on the edges is basically me painting white on. It just pop, pop, pop every single time. If you've got a petal that looks a little bit bland, like this one for me, looks a little bit, it's not very exciting petal, but if I go in with some white paint and do some of these, all of a sudden it's got the creases, the folds, it's got the light in it, and it does make a big difference. There's no doubt about it. So it makes it look 3D. The white would also work well on screen, folks, from the edge, from the tips. Nothing stopping you putting a bit of white on the tip as well to give it some extra light, like that little white flick just there. That really does work. Now, as I stand here live, folks, the workshop that's coming up in a couple of weeks' time is 80% full. So if you've not had a chance already to book, think about booking it. I hate to miss out on it. It's going to be a nice one. It's going to be a nice one. I want to really wipe the brush dry with the white on. Next, to finish off, what I want to do with a very, very dry, even a spiky white, I want to go in and just pop a little bit of that around. Can you see I'm doing white skid marks now? Look, around that centre. Can you see? not something we do often, dry brush white, but here we're using it quite well, and it's really nice. So it's picking the white up, wiping it off, get your fingers in. It's a bit messy, look, but it's good fun. And then you go in and you basically put some white dry brush marks on those edges to make it stand up. If you're still not happy with your crisscross in the middle, you can always add a bit of dry brush white over the tops of those to clean it up a little bit. But I think most of you should be pretty much okay with that, to be honest. I'm gonna wipe my hands. So yes, dry brush texture is a lovely thing to do. The white is a game changer, and I'm sure you can see there. It makes it just adds contrast and clarity to your picture. Always a huge fan of white paint, which is why I have my own brand of white paint, basically, because the white paint that I have is white paint that I want for me to use, if that makes sense. And this whole section of white paint has really brought that together right at the end. Now we do have a prize to give away. I've got £120 worth of art materials. I want to pick a winner. Everybody that booked onto the workshop, whether you pre-booked or whether you booked via a single lesson, which is obviously just booking the one for today, is automatically entered into that draw. So let me try a mount on this picture. Let's come back with the camera. There we go. Get the camera nice and level, if we can, possibly. I've got a frame here. I'm just going to pop a frame on this just to try it against a scene, and then we'll pick the winner, folks. Look at that. That's lovely. You know, it's really made my day painting that, folks, and I hope it's lovely. I hope you've enjoyed that. That has been an absolute pleasure to do that. It's beautiful. Get the camera in a good position. There we go. So I always think these paintings look nice with a signature, so I want to sign it in this corner. Now, if you exhibit this picture, if you put the painting anywhere, if you put it on Facebook or anything, absolutely fine. Sell the picture, do as you please, it's your painting, but just give a little bit of a mention to Matthew Palmer. Based on an original painting by, painted at a Matthew Palmer workshop, something like that is where it wants to be. Stick around and picking the winner soon. So that's what you'd normally do. You just kind of mention that it was, you know, it was painted at a Matthew Palmer watercolour workshop, basically. So what's the Facebook situation? Because someone's asked about the Facebook. So if you want to check out the Facebook, basically it's Matthew Palmer Artist. Make sure you hit like or follow to that. If you go onto my website, there's a direct link at the bottom that takes you straight to the Facebook page as well, so you can access it through there. Okay, but it's Matthew Palmer Artist, basically. And the watercolour group that we mentioned is Matthew Palmer's watercolour group. Very simple. It's free to join, and it's a great place to talk about all this. Look at other people's pictures, share the pictures. Again, if you publish this painting anywhere, just say it was inspired by Matthew Palmer, based on a picture bio. It was taught, it was painted at a Matthew Palmer workshop. But it's your picture. You can sell it for £1 million if you like. If you sign it Van Gogh, it might be worth £1 million. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's it. Workshop finished. Lovely one. Nice relaxed picture. What I want to do is pick the winner. I've got a prize bundle there, a palette, some brushes, paint DVD to give away. So stick around for 2 minutes while I pick a winner. Randomly pick from everyone that's on the workshop, whether live or not here. Beautiful, stunning. I'm so pleased with that picture. It's a lovely one for a kitchen. It's a kitchen picture. You don't think it's a kitchen? Oh, it's a kitchen picture. Definitely a kitchen picture. Love it. We have a winner coming your way very soon. If you're wondering how we pick these winners, we picked using a random number generator, which is available on Google. So every single person that's booked in, whether you pre-booked or booked after, is entered into this. And the winner of this little prize bundle here is Janet Elston. Janet Elston, you win this. It's £120 worth of brushes, DVDs, paint. There's also some paper in there as well. So that is yours. You win that. That will get sent to you in the next week to 10 days. There's 2 more prizes waiting to be shipped. We have a prize from last week's workshop, which has not been shipped yet. That was the Toucan original painting. That one went to Meg Farr, and this one here, this painting is going to Brenda Lehman. Don't forget, next week you stand the chance of winning 2 paintings, 2 original paintings of mine, worth quite a decent chunk of money, let me tell you. A few £100 if it was in a gallery, so do make sure you check that out if you've not already. Get yourself booked in. I'd love to see you there. But that was a beautiful one. Thoroughly enjoyed the paint at the workshop today. Nice to see a lot of new faces in the workshop. But let's take a look at the bee, folks. Beautiful picture. Get nice and close in. Look at the detail. It's all about the detail as always. Just a simple thing like putting the shadow on at the feet just sort of grounded it down. The white paint makes it look 3-dimensional, and it's made an absolutely cracking watercolour, folks. So I'm looking forward to seeing yours. What we tend to do here is I'll pop this painting on my Facebook page, which is Matthew Palmer Artist. That'll be a little bit after the workshop is finished. And then if you go into the comments and pop yours, I'd love to see yours in the comments. Lots of people have been painting along today. And again, can I just say, Sonia Kelways, your painting has just come through and it's beautiful. Well done, Sonia. It's really nice to see. You just sent me an email with it on, so please do get that through. Yes, Janet Elston's won the prize. Well done, Janet. Matthew Palmer Artist, that's the place to get on Facebook. Matthew Palmer's Watercolour group as well. Please do get yourself booked in for the next workshop, folks. If you enjoyed that, you'll enjoy the next one. It's in 2 weeks' time. We're missing next week 'cause it's Father's Day. I'm taking the day or the weekend off. Here it is, paint a vintage fair with beautiful carousel, old stalls and people. Yes, we're going to paint some figures. It's going to be a beautiful watercolour vignette, soft faded edges. Going to be a cracker. Nikki has enjoyed the workshop, good fun, and loved it. Carol's enjoyed the picture as well. Margaret has. Margaret says thank you. It's great. Again, keep the paint flowing. That's what it's all about. Get yourself booked in for the next workshop. It's only a tenner. What can you get for a tenner? Not even a tank of fuel. In fact, not even a fraction of a tank of fuel in this country. Or a coffee and a cake is about a tenner in this country. I'll see you soon, folks. Thank you for taking part. Do make sure you head on over to the website, allthews.watercolour.tv. Check that out. Thank you again. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will see you on the 26th
of June for painting a beautiful soft vignette of a watercolour carousel. It's going to be lovely. See, take care, and I'll see you in a bit.